prophecy. Because if you remember when the president made that incandescent press conference and used words like criminal and treason, well, he had set the stage. Because they say, if you go to the mountain with the intention of looking for baboons, you're going to find them. They will be there because your mind is set. You're looking for a baboon. You must find it. So what do? When you characterize peaceful protests as lawless, as full of goons and all sorts of characters acting outside of the uh, bounds of the rule of law, then you delegitimize them. How do you delegitimize them? You infiltrate those protests by these characters who are carrying crude sticks in the streets, engaged in wanton looting, beating up protesters and robbing them. And the police and other state apparatus are just standing by. We don't see that in Kenya, where protesters are engaged in acts of lawlessness and the security personnel stand by watching, doing nothing. That is proof sufficient that those people are acting at the behest of the state. But then it's not a historical. We've always had state militia and other acts, other, actors acting at the behest of the state to delegitimize and to sabotage genuine grievances and genuine concerns. So the protests have got an impact. The debate in the Senate today is also evidence that these protests have an impact. What you are seeing is now the political elite turning up against one another, telling us who did what, who did not do what. Even Sifuna coming forth and saying he's got 377,000 or so money that he's supposed to use, running up and down across that elevated freeway, Nairobi Expressway. Why didn't he say that before? Why now? Because they're engaged in self-preservation. Each one of them wants to appear.
Western, I've lost you. Western, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay,
can the audience hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Do me a favor. You're giving us very, very interesting points, but you need to kind of make them brief because I need to wrap
up. Can I land?
Yes, I'm saying you.
Can I land?
Yes, please. That's okay.
Yes, let me land. So what I'm saying is that at this juncture, we cannot relent, because relenting at this juncture would mean that all the efforts were put in this protest until now amount to nothing. For the simple reason that people are on the streets because legitimate institutions set up to arbitrate, contradictions amongst Kenyans and between the political elite and Kenyans have become dysfunctional. They're moribund. And that's why SRC, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, can afford to invoke things like salary increase for the political elite at this particular juncture. That indicates that the political elite in Kenya is tone deaf. And if you are to fall into their gimmicks and go to some negotiating table, I'm afraid we would lose, and we would lose spectacularly, because they don't understand the language of rule of law, of institutions, and people rise up when their patience has been exhausted. And the Kenyans' patience has been exhausted. And William Ruto is not the person. William Ruto sits at the top of political power that has presided over state decay. And Kenyans are rising up against state decay. They'll talk about whether the Gachagua can take over. That's diversionary. It's not in tune with the moment. The moment we are in now is that the entire state edifice must be uprooted. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Thank
Yes.
you. Thanks a lot, Western. Kenyanji, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, fellow Kenyans. I'm very delighted to be here today to share with you a few ideas of how to proceed. First of all, is to congratulate you for fighting on our behalf. I'm speaking from South Africa. And I also want to send my condolences to the bereaved people who, our heroes, that's what I want to call them, our heroes, whose lives were lost fighting for us. Now, I know that we've been here for some time, and I therefore would want to just not take a lot of time, but to go straight to some points in terms of Ruto must go and why Ruto must go. I have a few points, fellow Kenyans. One is that you did not start this fight for no reason. Anybody who is telling you that you surrender now does not know a number of things. First of all, is taking you for granted, thinking that you just woke up one day and decided that, okay, we are going to go on the street. And then what happens after that is like you had no plan. So whoever is trying to do that, really ask that person to think twice and not to take you for granted. I don't want to take you for granted. Two, and this is very important, Ruto is our fellow Kenyan, is our president. We may not have liked him, but he's been there, and we had hoped that maybe he would, do as he had promised, that he was going to make things different. People still hope that maybe that could have happened, but unfortunately, we have now to go back to history. He's not been able to achieve or deliver on any of his promises that he actually gave, and sometimes we tend to think that he's now grown to a point where he believes that he can just get away with lies. But the biggest reason why I want to encourage you to not to think about quitting right now is because we know who we are dealing with. Ruto is very vindictive, ladies and gentlemen. We know what he did with ICC witnesses. If any of you right now, in fact, what Western has said is very, very important. But I'm even happy that maybe he didn't do that. He didn't offer any clemency to say that, okay, the people who participated in a protest will be forgiven and will be, released, because even that will not have been believed, because he is very vindictive. What you people did embarrassed him. Yes? Can I? Okay.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
giving you 100. Yeah, continue.
Okay, thank you. What you people did embarrassed him, and because of that embarrassment, he is vindictive, and we know what he did with the ICC witnesses, which made him, get out of the ICC case. Everybody, including ourselves who are here in South Africa, if Ruto remains in power, I can tell you he will hunt each and every one of us. And that's the reason why, at this particular time, the panic that I saw that the Gen Z did to him means that Ruto must just go. He doesn't have to be the president of Kenya. He has failed to deliver on a lot of things that he promised. And we know exactly that there's no way he's going to actually deliver on any of these things. And therefore, we must continue with the fight. The issue of the next person who is going to take over him will take care of itself once it gets there, once he's out. And the law is very clear there. If Ruto goes, he goes with the Gachagua. That's why we can't now mix that, okay, Ruto and Gachagua. It will be a very long hashtag. It won't work. It is Ruto. And we know when we say Ruto, we know it is Ruto and Gachagua. Once they go, there will be a process of getting a new leader. And that new leader now will know very well that Gen Zs are there, and these are the conditions of Gen Z, and they are not going to take anybody for granted. And so you've introduced what is called a reset. And this reset is what it has to go to the conclusion. And you will make history in the world if it goes through with Gen Zs to ensure that a president leaves the office. In fact, some of the people we have already mentioned some quite interesting things that you people have to take into account. He's a liar. He said that he's going to discontinue the office of the first lady and all that. Did we even see any media going to cover that? Okay, now that office they have closed and all that. Nothing. He said that they are going to you know do what? He said they're going to he's not going to he's recalled the issue of the bill that he was supposed to be signing. We know exactly what the law says. After the bill has gone through those stages, you know, those 3 stages, there's no turning back. That bill is going to go through. After 14 days, it will be in action. And wait and see. After 14 days, you'll see some of the things in that bill will be in operation. But now, because you are running out of time, let me just get straight to some of the things that I think, because that is what is also important. Some of the things that I think we need to do going forward. How do we keep the streets positively occupied? I'm suggesting that we need to think about a creative imagination, techniques that we can use. One is, how about a day like, for example, Saturday, Sunday, tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow is too early, but as going forward, how about protesting in the name of, for example, a street cleaning, that we go to the street to clean the streets. You are not going there to protest in terms of the protest. You are going there to clean the street. The streets are dirty right now. There was a lot of things that happened. Occupy one particular street, say that we are going to do street cleaning. This particular street, while the street is being cleaned, let all the Gen Zs the talented Gen Zs in the arts come out with music, with poetry, you know, with dance, you know, with graffitis, you know, on the street. You are allowed to actually even draw certain things, and you will be passing messages, and you will be armed there with your cameras and capturing those things. You organize with the media to come and cover that. You will be peaceful, positively peaceful, but occupying that particular street. Nobody is there to actually harm you. You, as one of the speakers here, and I agree with him, said, get there early in the morning and occupy that place and say that we are here and we want the media to cover us here. You can cover everything live, and you are singing and you are dancing and you have programs that you are running. You are cleaning that street. It is possible. It will be being out in the street very positively. I have other ideas, but I want to land. The second thing that I think I want us to do is that we need to think about the idea of keeping a particular message. The message that you people have of Ruto must go. Finance bill you achieved. We want to achieve that. We want to believe that maybe, yeah, there was some kind of achievement, some kind of achievement there. But this idea of Ruto must go, why don't we do this? Even before I start speaking, I must say, Ruto must go. How are you doing? The moment I am done with my speech, Ruto must go. Thank you very much. Can we just spread this idea of Ruto must go? If you are writing anything, any message to anybody, can you start with Ruto must go? Can we put it in the head of people? Can we use the power of repetition so people get to idea? The lady, was it called, what was her name? Mumbi? Somebody? I don't know what was her name. Even when she was speaking to her son, that, hey, Ruto must go.
That was Mumbi.
Yes, that's the idea, Mumbi. You know, let us amplify the Ruto must go. And I'm telling you, believe in the power of amplification and the power of positive energy, as in particular, we direct, you know, those of you here who meditate, let us direct our attention, our energy towards Ruto must go. That pressure, the wife will not withstand, the children will not withstand, the mama at home there will not withstand. Ruto, even if he's taking what kind of medicine, he will not withstand. It will bear on him to actually do the right thing. And as I said before, he's going to have a lot of pressure from businesses if they're not going to be able to make money within 1 week. He's going to have a lot of pressure from the national community. They're going to say that, no, you've lost the legitimacy to rule. Resign. And Ruto will have no other option. He will resign. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very close to getting to the point. You are very close to getting, and it doesn't have to take any violence. Anybody who is threatening you with the idea of, they are infiltrating us, what? Yes, it is because you are a threat. That's why they are infiltrating you. If you continue with this, one of our colleagues here said quite well, if you continue with that, they will run out of money to pay these people. And you know what is happening? The more they pay more people, the more evidence will come out that they have been paying people. So keep on pushing them towards that corner. Don't get out of the street. Thank you very much. Ruto must go.
Wow. Kenyan, that is one of the best suggestions I've had, especially one that would work for a younger generation because they have to change the face of demonstrations. They're able to do that in the beginning when they're rejecting the finance bill. But I think it's gone back to the Raila way of being, of vandalizing and just being disruptive. So that's a really good one. Yeah, that's a really good one. Like looking for positive activity as you're demonstrating. That's awesome. I'll pass it actually to some of the people who are on the forefront of this demonstration. So asante sana. I do appreciate your input. That was very valuable. So yeah, thank you. Andrew.
Hey, hi, Miriam. Can you hear me?
Hey, I'm good. I can hear you. You know, I just admitted you because I've missed your shows. It's been a minute.
Oh yeah, you when you come next Sunday, lazima ulipe ushuru for being away.
Wacha nikwambie, nitakuwa na nitalipa ushuru. That's a promise.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just jumped into this conversation midway, but I've been sort of listening through to it. My point is this. So number one, changing a regime midway is always a recipe for chaos and disaster, and it can go south very easily. Very easily. And I know people are thinking of it in a very simplistic way. I have heard what this gentleman, Kenyan Globe, has suggested. Those are good ideas, but yet we've not seen that level of discipline and organization from the so-called Gen Zs. And I think to also some degree, we've pedestalized them. I was listening to some guy, I saw a video the other day, some guy saying, as millennials, what we can do, support these guys, give them money, we need to listen to them. All sounds good and fairy tale ideas. Yes, I have to hand it to them. The courage they showed, which has given us some gains, I think is quite admirable. But we've seen what the continuation has become. I think we are losing now more than gaining. So I don't think continuation of the protest as we are doing them now makes any sense. We definitely need to change tact. We have to do. The idea of Ruto must go, for me, I don't think that is practical. Probably it might be a first. I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised. But we know from all the examples we have all around us how that has happened. Many a times a regime change midway is always a recipe for chaos. Yes, at the point of an election, at the point when we are making a vote, that makes sense. And I think for me, I think that the thing is, can we maintain that same energy for the next 3 years? Maybe for the next 3 years is figuring out a way to keep the political class on toes. And we've seen to some degree they have now become a little more cautious about listening to the people. Change will never happen overnight. It will have to be a series of battles that we have to go through. Maybe this one takes us one closer, and now we see what we need to advance to move towards a better Kenya. Because Kenya, I would say probably now for the last maybe 20 or so years has been just a series of these kind of things. I mean, we had Mandamano, a little over a year or so ago. Every 5 years, it's always been a contentious thing. And we know after those elections, there's always several months of push and pull. And we seem not to have really gotten to a point where we have a more stable system, where there is always a smoother handover of power. And it's never, we are always, on the edge of our seats thinking what's going to happen tomorrow. So I would say, I think the Ruto must go. campaign. For me, I don't see its value at this point. We need to change tact. The continuous protests have no value. They are more disastrous. I think Kenya now is losing more. And the people who are agitating for this, many of them are mostly outside of Kenya. You know, it's the likes of McKenna. McKenna, if you're so convicted about this, if I would see that ticket saying I'm in Kenya tomorrow to be part of this, then I'll salute you, because I don't see the likes of Miguna, they're doing the same. The likes of even people like Kaida, those are just loudmouths that just put out. I mean, we've only seen that guy maybe out maybe once or twice. He's not one of those guys who's been committed and he's been there on the ground fighting. So I don't hold any value to what he says. And it's the same pattern with agitators. They are easy to throw words, and you know, you have now social media. You know, social media, because there's no immediate consequence, you can be as vile and be, you know, be very quick with your words. But those words, if you are to weigh them with, you know, any action behind them, there'll be zero. So it doesn't make sense. Maybe find a way, you know, to enforce some tact. Maybe those ideas that gentleman Kenyan Gogo was saying, where they start sweeping, if they would do that, I mean, that's another way to now exemplify their peaceful demonstration. But we know what happens when people go out on the streets. Our police, the way the culture in there is always a contentious one. So even if you're peaceful, not unless you find another way of engaging them such that it will be harder for them to throw the tear gas and to, you know, beat people with batons. It's going to always be a case of running battles, and now it's getting crazy. How many businesses have been banned? How many people have lost their livelihoods? You know, I even listened to the president on Sunday, and you know, I think to some degree, people have this image of Ruto. Personally, I'm not saying he's the best of people, but I found him quite gracious. He was very patient with those journalists when they engaged him, and it's good that they really pushed back on him. But you know, as a president and as a leader, you have a balance of things to look at. The responsibilities of one, because they were trying to say, you know, as much as he equated the value of economy that is lost and life, all those things are important. You saw people crying because their businesses are lost. It's as much painful as losing someone. And he has to balance all those skills. The responsibility of a leader is higher. For you to lose a life, I know, is important, but as a leader, you know, you have a higher responsibility. Sometimes losing one life can be better for 100 people. We don't see these things because we don't understand the weight of what the guy is running. So for me, I'm saying let's find a better tact. Continuous protest right now are not yielding anything. The Ruto must go. I wait to be surprised. For me, I think it's just agitating and making things worse. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Andrew. And I do share most of your sentiments. And I was very skeptical about the whole demonstration route. But today, listening to the senators speak, I did realize that there is impact in the demonstrations. Now, whether they're going to affect the changes that they were speaking about is a totally different issue. Now, I do sympathize. I sympathize with the guys who are losing business in town. I've been in that situation before. So it's terrible. It's very bad that they have to be collateral in this game between the people who mean good and the government. So it is very terrible. But I guess in every change and in every, I don't want to say war, But in every such, how do I put it, Andrew? Every time that
Yeah,
you're trying to, every time that you're trying to communicate to the government, especially if the only way is through going to the streets, we have to lose lives, we have to lose business. I guess it's usually just part of the necessary evil, I put it that way. And I don't know how long this is going to go on, but if the government would listen to what the senators were speaking about today, because they were really articulating the issues in a very good way, and those are the real issues that guys are trying to push. I think the Ruto must go hashtag is just a smoke screen. I think at the back of their minds, they know that Ruto is not going anywhere. That is a fact. But with that kind of pressure on the president, he must try and change a few things. And if those things are going to be positive for the long term, then that's a good thing. And I applaud Gen Z. They've done a tremendous job in pushing for change. So how they're going to go about it in the next few weeks, we are looking at them, and that's why we were here today looking for better strategies, how to go about this without losing more lives, without being very disruptive, and without losing businesses. Yes, you wanted to say something, Andrew?
yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. Definitely, any change comes with several losses. Um, but I think there's limits. You don't want to push it to a point where then it takes on, because now when you see hired goons with crude weapons, the next level is hired goons with guns. The next level is now Joseph for power, because people now see there's some bit of a vacuum now in terms of leadership. The next is people now beginning to align themselves. So, and normally the kind of protest we've seen creates that environment that this can quickly go to that level. So let's not think we are any special as Kenya from any other country out there. And many of these things started this way. That's why I'm saying, yes, there has been some gains. They did well on the first 2 weeks. I think now just using the same tact and what it has evolved is just being foolish, just to put it bluntly. Um, so for me, that is not the way to go. I think we've now seen the impact it has had to the political class. They have been put on the mark, and now they are now rethinking how best to act. And hopefully the president also will begin to see. And I saw elements of that, so I'm giving him sort of the benefit of the doubt. I know he is who he is, and there's so much that we can expect from him. But I think there is some level, because this is not also the Moi era. So I think the Moi era had
You know,
certain leeways.
Andrew, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. The reason why I really doubt his goodwill, I mean, and I just thought about this, I guess, when was it? After his state address the other day, after that interview with the three journalists, I failed kind of to see his goodwill because he's not being very honest in the issue of dropping the finance bill. Because as we've explored here, we didn't drop it. What has happened is that we have to borrow that money because the budget was already set and is not willing to reduce that budget. So that is very tricky. And then also on the issue of saying that he's going to scrap the
road. It's very thick, it's steepy, and we have to walk through it. So I'll give you Tabi, and let's be positive. Let's be 3 minutes each, and let's focus on the topic. Kindly.
Thank you very much. What I wanted to add is that we cannot allow intruders to take over what you have started. Whatever that you started was a good thing. Therefore, we cannot allow intruders, that is the goons, to come and take over the journey that we started. So to me, I think what we can do right now is to try as much as possible to defame Ruto, because he has portrayed himself as an African leader. So if we try and defame him, like carry out a narrative, that Ruto is bloodthirsty, Ruto is murdering our kids, Ruto is the goon leader. Paint that everywhere, on the streets, on everything that you have on social media. Let us paint him as that way, because that is who he is. So I think that is, and then after painting him, I think he's going to retreat back and say this is now spoiling the name of, of his name, because he wants to portray himself as, the person who championed for peace, who championed for this and that. So if we paint him as a bloodthirsty, the killer, the leader of goons, he's going to retreat back and, find other means, but not use goons. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabi. Naman.
Thank you very much, everyone. First of all, mad respect to those patriots that have fallen in this cause, and we stay to soldier on. Now, government of Ruto will come up with many tactics. Hiring goons is just one of them. They will try to bribe, they will try to threaten, they will try to kill, they will try all manner of things. We are dealing with a government that is, we're dealing with a government of cowards. It is very clear that Ruto is scared to the core, and we cannot afford to let this drop by any means that he is trying to infiltrate. I want to reiterate a point that Dr. MIGUNA, thank you, that Dr. MIGUNA said, that our numbers, our success is in our numbers. If we come out in numbers and we do citizen arrest for these goons, this thing will succeed. One thing that has been done in the past, that we have been able to profile even police officers that have shot and killed people. So we can do the same thing with these goons. They are not from Tanzania or Burundi. They are from the same estates we live in. We can profile them and find them and put them in the limelight, outside arresting them. Let's get the cameras on. We should arrest them and deliver them to the police. Of course, I know the police is abating this so that there can be division. And of course, we've seen the division coming in, people saying, oh, businesses are being destroyed, and then this is not working, it has been infiltrated. We are not going to be distracted. But teams should make sure that we take pictures of these people, we get who they are, and we deal with them. And once they know that, because they know we outnumber them, we will stop them. But we know Ruto is not going to stop at hiring goons. Is going to come up with tactics. They're busy every day crafting, because they are crafting means, because they know they have been cornered. Thank you.
Okay, Biril, you can also accept new members. I'm trying to accept some of them. I am sure there's a problem on my side.
And then open your inbox so that we can have our side communication. Thank you very much. We'll go with the Prof and then Masika. If you have a question, if you have anything relation that you're leaving off, you're also allowed to bring it forth, as Dr. is here with us for 2 hours.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I'm so glad that Dr. MIGUNA is here to give guidance, and thank you so much, Hilary, for this. My main concern has been the goons who have really, in a way, demoralized the members. Yesterday, when we were on the same space, people used to say, we need not to go to the field tomorrow. But the question here is, I am very sure this is a tactic that is used by the government to demoralize us. Numbers is going to help us, and when we say we go out, we are going to go out. You have realized that in the other parts of the state, that is Kisumu and the western regions, we've not had even cases of death, unless otherwise for yesterday. But I'm not sure why Nairobi is the case. And we need to really focus and never get demoralized, because much as goons are going to be part of us, yeah, we are going to be members, marching, making and defaming Ruto, who we must ensure that goes out of office. But when goons are in between us, who we cannot identify, we cannot tell that the person marching beside me is a goon carrying a knife, but that is not going to be the question. So sorry, and we know we are going to be very, very sorry and remorseful for those people we have lost in the means of trying to fight for the liberation. But I'm very sure that us being strong, us coming together in numbers, us knowing where to be at the right time and exactly what to be to say, being our vocals, being our slogan, Ruto must go, as Dr. Miguna was saying. That should be the thing. That should be the name. Yesterday, DCI released a list of members who they are tracking. But to be surprised, later on, you see that one of those goons, the guy appearing on the left side, first row, is someone who had taken a photo of a selfie with Osoro, who has been very vocal and so proud, making and saying a lot of things that he cannot even say sorry for voting yes. So you realize that these are tactics that the government have put in place, and they will continue consulting. But as yesterday, you remember, a member said that we need to even dig deeper, that what are the ways that the government will always use to tame a revolution. The revolution has stopped, and it never stopped, and it never has started, and it never stopped. And what we need to keep it to our mind, colleagues, is that this is a thing that we will say has stopped when we have reached the cross line. And I was saying, we need strategies. We are not structured, and that is a very good thing, because we are not going to say, hey, we want to listen to you. What are you saying? We are elites. We are people who have gone to school with degrees, with papers. We are strategists. We can think of what to do. We can pass, like tomorrow we are going into the field. We are going to run into the streets. We are going to shout, Ruto must go, and never relent, because that is where our eyes are set. But one thing is, a time has also come when we also need to specifically narrow down. Ruto must go is the big picture, which at the end of the day we need to achieve. But there are few things that I know members have also mentioned. Where do we start? The CSS. We know how the government has been working. We know the ministries, some illegitimate positions that the government has created. So as Dr. Daktari was mentioning, we have very specific places which acts as a sign of the government, the representation of the government, a symbol. If we go there, much as I know, the police that have been deployed in the streets will bother us. If we say we want to meet at a specific point and we come from all corners, you realize that they have blocked all the roads heading there. So at no point are we going to find ourselves at a very specific rendezvous. But I know that the strength that we are going to put on the streets, shouting, making noise, and shouting against the government, then that is going to work out. I want to thank every member for holding still. We have to mourn our members who we have lost, but we are sure that whether we lose them or not, at one point or another, when we are writing the histories of the country, we are sure to say that that was us who did it. We remember, this is my last statement, that in the history of the revolution of the world, most of these countries that were liberated from either punitive governments or any other kind of unwanted government, they were youths. All these elderly people, they gave guidance, but the only people who came into speaking and shouting and their voices were heard were this young generation. So that is us, the millennials and the Gen Zs. I want to say kudos, and we are going until our intentions are met. Thank you for now.
Oh, thank you. Now we've not heard the voice of a lady now. Madge, can you jump in? Then followed by Masika.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I joined late just minutes ago, but I want to. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. I want to caution. I've just had two speakers talk about defamation. Defamation is not legal, not unless you're using it to imply a different context. So when we go out there, we want the government to also behave in a legal way. As far as I know, since yesterday or since we started these spaces, the suggestion that Dr. MIGUNA has suggested is also within the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution. So while we give suggestions, kindly let's stick within the legal, the legal area. So you may describe the president as you want to, but if you're calling on defamation of the president, that's illegal, and that is something, at least in my understanding, we do not want to do, because otherwise we will be doing things that we don't want done to us, and we just want to keep it legal as we continue and express ourselves. It's a constitutional right. That is what I just had when I came 5 minutes ago, and kindly let's proceed in a very sober and legal way. Back to you, Biril.
Thank you so much, Masika. And I like what you've just put across, and we appreciate that.
Can I just say something very, very brief?
Yes, please.
Brief. Yes, I think for libel, because as the one holding the highest public office, he can be criticized with the most unkind words, and he really has no place to go. So use the unkind words, but he can't go to court for that. The second thing I wanted to say is that we have to be careful. Please do not unnecessarily give your address, where you live, where you are, what your profession is, unless it is absolutely necessary, where you went to school, which year you graduated. Because essentially what you're doing, you're giving goons the weapon to come and hunt for you. I'm not saying you run away from them. I'm simply saying we have to avoid recklessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for that. And all members, you've heard that. As much as you're doing it, do it in the right way, that the law doesn't catch up with anybody in our midst. Masike, and then Kioti, then Yona. So when you take the mic, I'll give you a sign of 100. So just check the screen so that you don't go asking if we can hear you. When you see 100 from any of the panels, just know that you can hear what you're saying. Carry on, Masika, then Yona to take it up.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity on this space. Mine is going to be very, very brief. Number one, I just want to encourage everybody. Let us marshal our numbers. Goons have never succeeded in our democracy, and this is just a coward way. This is just a very, very silly way Ruto is trying to deploy so that we are distracted. Number two, if you follow today's Senate proceedings, these guys are just trying to show us that they are trying to redeem themselves. They are just trying to awaken themselves concerning the crisis that we have in the country. They are not, my friends. They are not. They're just trying to soothe people so that when people retreat, thinking that the parliament is now redeeming itself to work for the people, then they will bite us in a very hard way. So let us not buy into their lies. Let us not buy into their propaganda. So we just need to forge forward. We just need to focus. Number three, I was just suggesting if we can meet at Uhuru Park. The moment we collect the required number, then we march out in the streets. Number four, at least if we can have the PA system, so that the youth, the Gen Zs can also have entertainment during that period, it will be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masika. So you can drop from the mic and then Yona to take it so that you can add other speakers. It's 3 minutes each so that everyone can get a chance to speak. And also, Dr. is waiting for your questions. Anything that you want to be addressed in terms of where you're not understanding, but there was a clause that we covered extensively. That is that was the first day we were here. So if you ask any question in relation to that, we'll share it on the comment section. But any other question, you're allowed to ask. Carry on, Yona, then we'll go to Kioti. Yona? Yona is far. Kioti, take it.
Okay, thank you so much, the host and the co-host, and also Daktari for joining us this evening on this space. Personally, I'm in the age group of the Gen Z because currently I'm 23, turning 24 next month. And so I'm so proud that this revolution has come a time when I'm in my mid 20s. So I'm one of those guys who are really passionate about what is going on as far as redemption of our country is concerned. And of course, I've been on the streets every now and then, and also I've been online. So I'm trying to fight both on the street and both on online. And of course, whatever happened yesterday, as I said, it was uncalled for because the police officers who are supposed to give security to the peaceful protesters were firing the tear gas and the round wounds to the protesters, while the goons who are now trying to break into other businesses, they were being watched. So that one is clear that the state or the government was behind whatever happened yesterday and whatever happened in previous demonstrations as far as uh, goonship and breaking into people's businesses is concerned. And now my point is, from now henceforth, you know, at times we'll be on the streets and at times we'll not be on the streets. So my fellow Gen Zs and millennial and any other person who is interested in taking part to the redemption of this country, never get tired. Because when we speak something on social media and we are giving it 100% backup, that one is strong enough to send a message to those people who are in the government that are doing absolutely nothing. So let us use every available means, online and on the ground. When we go on the ground, let us even shut our social medias down so that we are now on the ground, we are giving it 100%. Then the people who are in abroad and the likes of Marge, and you can now help us on social media. Of course, we can even structure our revolution. I don't mean that we have the leaders, but we can have some people who can volunteer themselves so that they can be streaming live each and everything that is happening on the ground. They share photos, they share pictures, they share the videos and the clips. And then after that, when we are done, we come back and analyze what did we do right and what did we do wrong, so that the next day we maximize on the negative side that we have portrayed on the street. Then I've also heard that currently when you say Ruto must go is an incitement, but is not an incitement. For this country to grow and be a first world country, then Ruto must go. For the judiciary of this country to work independently, Ruto must go. For us youth to get employed in the government and outside the country, and outside the government, then Ruto must go. For us to get good public means on the roads, it's honestly that Ruto and the entire regime, they must go, because we've given them time. It's now almost 2.5 years that they have been in the government and they have done absolutely nothing. Even the projects that they are running currently, like the housing project, that project doesn't belong to Ruto. It belongs to the previous regime, which was being headed by Uhuru Kenyatta. So everything in the country is at a mess because we are having this guy as the head of state. Yet he has had so many cases. I remember back when he was the agriculture minister, everything was so worse because okay, I was young by that time, but we went through that process. We know what everything happened, and now he's the president. Look at his cabinet. Every person is just offside. They don't know what they are doing. They don't know anything that they are supposed to do. Look at the parliament. The parliament is being run by the executive. There is nothing that we have an independent government, executive, I mean judiciary. We don't have an independent legislature. We also don't have an independent the police force. So for this country to thrive and for us to move from the third world country to the first world country, then Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Kioti. Justice or Prof, you can take the mic. And let's stick to 3 minutes. So when I raise my hand up, just know that you've taken more than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Hilary, for hosting this space. Thank you, Dr. Miguna, for showing up. I just want to respect the lives that have been lost so far. I would like to say that I echo the conversation so far on continuation of the protest and not letting the goons stand on our way. I do have a question for Dr. Miguna on matters of protest where goons are concerned. Can turn very fertile, and I saw a girl immaculate yesterday with her rungu out there, and for some minutes I was proud, and then I started thinking about it deeper, and my thought went in the direction of what if everybody showed up with the rungu? Wouldn't that be very, very fatal for everybody? So the question now is, how do we protect our youths on the streets? Is it a matter of having the right attire? Because when you are dealing with goons, they might show up there with other things. You know, today they showed up with sticks. Tomorrow they might show up with, God forbid, knives or whatever kind of armory they might want to bring that is not visible. How do we prevent fatalities on the ground? Thank you.
Daktari, would you take it, or we take two more questions, then you answer them at a go?
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Yes.
I
Go ahead.
could take it. I believe I had already said something probably before she joined. I do appreciate her concern, and they're very genuine ones. But my view is this. Number one, as many people have also acknowledged, our security is our numbers. If we are more, if we are a lot of people on the streets, say hundreds of thousands to 1 million, these people are less than 500 people. They will not be able to hire more than that. Okay? Because it requires organization. And once you get to hire a lot of people, word will get out because you're dealing with a crowd. We would know exactly who hired them, where, how much they were paid. Even right now, we already know who hired them and where they were paid. But I'm saying they're very, very few. And so if we are a lot on the streets, they will not be able to attack anyone. That's number one. So really our security is our numbers. Number two, I believe that if we are able to unarm them, we should do so. It is useless to run away from them. I personally think that. Unless these people are armed with AK-47s or guns, 1 million people or 100,000 people should not run away from less than 500 people. These are just a handful of goons walking the streets. This was the Nyayo era tyranny that was there, that we experienced for 24 years. We cannot allow it to continue. Use your phones. Take their good images. I was actually disappointed that people were taking the backs of their heads and they were taking vehicles, but they were not taking faces of these people. And they were walking and you could take very clear pictures, zoom in, and take very clear pictures with which we can hold them to account. And basically, that's all that we can do. I mean, but we are not going to run away from them, and we are not going to fold or stop the demonstrations just because Ruto decides to use his cronies to hire goons to attack peaceful protesters. Because, you see, the international media is also on the streets. Everybody is watching. Ruto has lost a lot of support and credibility with the international community. The more we expose him by taking pictures, by exposing who he has used to hire these people, by apprehending these goons if we can. I'm not saying anybody should put himself or herself in danger, but if we can, we should, because you are allowed under law to execute citizens' arrest. There was something else that was, somebody was talking about a political party. We are not a political party. The moment you introduce political parties or any factionalism here, we will be divided. So let's maintain it the way it is. No political party, no political affiliation. We are just Kenyans who want to transform our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. And if you had actually, due to this pressure, I think you'd say the Senate House today, many were trying to sanctify themselves, which is, we call it a voice of reason, and everybody feels the conversations need to be heard right now. So if at all you had the conversation that was from the Senate today, you can actually tell that the pressure is mounting, and going out is a positive thing. And the way yesterday it was infiltrated, we've already known their tactic, and it's an old tactic that some of, like Dr. is now mentioning. So Maj, you can say something, and then you can hand over the speaker to the next speaker, please. Karibu.
Karibu. Thank you so much, Biril. And guys, I think I joined an hour later, so I'll be doing more of the queuing as I catch up with you in the conversation. So Tabi, Biril, I'll just take it back to you as you queue the next speaker, and then I'll be right back.
Just a response.
Sorry? Professor, kindly proceed.
If you can, yeah. The question about, if you allow me, co-host, is another aspect and strategy that we will have to deal with, much as we are not going to be in a position to identify who these goons are. Then another strategy is, could we also at least know the person who is besides you? You are marching in a street, we are using the anti-government sounds, but at least do you know the person who is besides you? Later on, I've seen on the occasions where someone maybe died and someone is out, you say, I was with that guy, he was besides me. But it would be good again if I knew exactly who is surrounding me. I'm marching, but around 3 or 4, 5 people around me. Who are you? Where are you? At least with that, we are going to identify who is, and again, be in a position to give reports of the specific people who we were with in the cocoons, and that is really going to help. At least do not be alone, at least identify yourself with 1 or 2 people, and that is going to really also help us identify who is not supposed to be in us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trufena, then Professor Fred, kindly
yes,
proceed.
hello.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Kindly
I think
proceed.
you're getting
Finya
me.
Tena, I've had you. Just a moment. Trufena, kindly proceed.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, my condolences to those who lost their lives and their families. I'm really sorry for them. I've been on the streets since it began, and I can say I'm one of the people who lost their jobs because of these protests. I lost my boss, and in the fracas and so forth. It's a long story, but I won't back down. I'll still proceed pushing on and going out in the streets for the protests. My question though is, can we have at least some meeting points so that we go in groups? We know we meet at certain place and then we march to this particular point, then we proceed to this place, and so forth and so on. Then too, I'd like to encourage the movement, because when you listen, I think one of you just spoke about this. When you listen to what transpired in Senate today, it means that the movement is effective. Because honestly, if it were before this movement or before this particular movement, they could have accepted their salaries and they won't talk. But today you saw what transpired and every other thing. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thanks for keeping the time. Professor Fred, and then Finya Tena.
Thank you so much and good evening. Actually, my condolences to the comrades you've lost, the patriots, 41 in number, so sad. What I want to say, actually, I want to echo the sentiments of Dr. MIGUNA. We have the numbers. Right now, as it stands, we have a police size of around 106,000. That is 89,000 males and around 17,000 females. When you look at the military size, the latest size that we have is around between 24 to 30,000. So we only need 1 million strong so that we can overpower these people and take over. Another thing, out of the population that I've just stated, we are not certain that the entire population of the police, 106,000, are pro-government. I have relatives, I have friends serving, and they're equally not happy with the regime because they're also facing the chaos that we taxpayers are receiving. They're suffering. And so we need numbers, we have it, and so we should not back down. I support Dr. Miguna's sentiments. Let us not back down. Let us not talk about re-strategizing. What are we re-strategizing for? We want to take these people home. We want to arrest the 205 MPs who voted yes for the draconian finance bill, and then move forward. You see, we don't have time to dialogue with someone who lies left, right, center. Someone who lies to people during the day, during the night, 24/7. We have no time to dialogue. And my concern, I have a concern actually that Dr. MIGUNA raised earlier. This person is waiting. Dr. Ruto is waiting for the 21 days to elapse. And then this thing becomes law. Let us not wait for that. Let us fight it to the end. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Professor. Finya, your comments, please, and then we give the mic to Dr. Terry.
Thanks, co-host. I can say that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm very grateful for the opportunity given, and foremost Dr. Miguna for your encouragement, because you know, when we started this thing, a certain MP said that these are TikTokers who want to just make and earn some viewership. But later she came to realize this is not just a TikToker thing movement. These are some people who knows what is going on and what has been going on. So as most of the speakers have said, that there is no need to back down, because this is a journey that we started. I've been on the street on myself. So when we back down, there will be. First, I knew that there will be some tactics, and the one that surprised me most was the army. But this one goons, I expected it to happen because we live in our government is a government that I don't know whether it is bad, but it is a government that you can easily predict. So today, when you watch the Senate proceedings, almost everybody in the Senate was becoming a malaika. Until now, you are wondering how Akina Sheriot and was speaking, because even me, I was surprised to someone like Cheregei to say that these people, they are good, they are don't. So they have realized that these guys, these guys, we live with them, we stay with them, they know us, they know our extended families. But they took us for granted for a long time, because that's why they were even intending to pass bills which are not even common mwananchi oriented. So I think when we come the way we are coming, because we are a tribeless, we are partyless, we are leaderless. I know so many people have been framed that these are the people hosting, or there is a financial behind this group. But I think we have tried our best to make sure that it remains purely for the betterment of the nation. Because when you go back to the history of this country, it started a long time, Mau region time. Then we came to the multi-party. Then we came to now. At least now we have a new constitution. Now we want to defend the new constitution. This thing is good, but it's only that I know. I know so many. You can have a good thing, but some people might not have the right channel of how to maintain it. So me, I can just urge my colleagues. So many things have been said today. Mara, the medics have withdrawn. I think these are just tusiangalia hiyo nini sana, because when we start now checking on those things, we might get distracted along the way. And as many people have said, the within 21 this thing might come to pass, because we know. Then just to conclude, one of the senators said that when it become too obvious that if you say anything, someone will just say it's a lie, it becomes so hard for you to even bring hope to them. And I can tell you for free, there is nothing hard like defending a lie. When you say something which is very truthful, you can defend it today, tomorrow, and even many years to come. But when it's a lie, we will if I ask you today, you will say this. Then it becomes ask the same thing, you will say another different thing. So it becomes too hard to even to defend a lie. So with this one, I think we need just to soldier on, because we know where we are heading to. That's the key thing. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Finya. Tena, were you able to identify some goons as you were on the ground?
Sorry?
Did you by any chance see the goons that some of us just saw on the TV? Did you by any chance, were you able to identify some of them, or to see a group of people that were acting differently where you could say this could be goons? I mean,
When those
I mean, you should only answer if you're comfortable with it. I don't want somebody coming for you to go and identify those goons for them.
no.
Okay, yeah. Okay, over to you, Be Real, because so far I could not identify any question for Daktari. Daktari, unless you want to chime in, we can give Jackson the mic. And so let's take 3 minutes each. And if you have a question for Daktari, he will know, you can go on. You can pose it, and then he's going to answer it. Jackson, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How is everyone?
We're fine, thank you. We're fine, thank you.
All right. Now, I want to be very brief. I want to be very, very brief. One, we don't have even a millisecond to surrender. We are dealing with a very, very rocky person whose back doesn't understand, whose front doesn't understand. And Dr. Miguna knows him better than we have known him, because for us, we are young millennials. We might have not known him since 1992 when we were born. So when you hear him talking the way he's talking, he has a pure history of the kind of a person we are dealing with. We've lost so many people in the ICC case and several other cases that are very dubious, and people are disappearing. This was begun, and at one point when he said that there is no surrender, you remember that during electioneering period, that is where we are. We are not surrendering, because when we surrender, he is going to come for every piece of us, every piece of us. So there is no surrender. That is one thing. The second thing, we have to craft a strategy. Actually, there is no strategy. The only challenge we have now is now they have decided to turn peaceful protest to become looting by infiltrating strangers within us. I lost my phone yesterday in town, just close to Afia Center. And you saw what was happening at Quickmart. Those are not Kenyans who are protesting. Those are looters, and they were sent by someone. There is no way a whole Quickmart could be stolen in a record of almost 2 hours, and there is no policeman. So we have to appreciate the fact that there are people who have been sent in the midst of good protesters who have visions, and they are with us here. So we have to, maybe we'll have to consult our seniors like Dr. Miguna to give us a new trajectory on how to deal with such kind of challenges. The third thing, as we said earlier, that we need to deal with one thing at a go. And even if it means punching our footsteps close to the offices or the parastatals that are concerned, we need to face one thing at a go and ensure we put it down. We started with finance bill. We will be going to IBC. We are going to Ministry of Health. I'm a medic. We will be in the Ministry of Agriculture. Linturi has just to go. There is no any other option left. And so many fake ministers we have, and very incompetent minister. The third thing, there are parastatals and authorities that are not making sense. And that is why we have bloated wages, bloated bloated system. Those parastatals also we need to put in the list of the 14 agendas that we are working on. That said, let me appreciate Dr. Miguna for coming over. People will say what they have to say about him, but he is here to ensure that whatever that they have fought for a long time has to come for fruition through this generation. So we have no space to live, colleagues. We have no space to live. We just have to move forward. We have to come out as many as possible, and we have to ensure that we deal with goons and looters who are becoming part of us squarely and sacrificiously, and ensure that all the 14 agendas that we had from time go are well addressed, and they are well taken care of. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jackton. Biril, before you proceed, I just wanted to underline something a point that you put through. That the looting that went on at the supermarket, the police response was very slow. So this is a matter that needs to be investigated because it's suspicious. Another thing that's very suspicious also, during the Occupy Parliament process, the police knew this, the protesters said they would do this, but still, it's like they didn't take enough precaution. So they're leaving a lot of room for interpretation. So the question here is, are they doing it intentionally so that they can portray to run a narrative that they want to run? Because honestly, looting cannot go on for hours without police intervening or parliament being occupied and the police are really overpowered. So they needed to put in more people. Over to you, Biril.
Actually, Maj, from the videos that went on yesterday from the people that were actually on the ground, you'd see a reaction from a cop to the protesters. But when the shops are being looted, there's actually one video that was captured. I'll try to find it. That's actually the cops are looking at this guy and having a talk with a person that is actually looting a shop. They were like actually doing nothing if you watch those clips. So their problem was with the protesters, but not the looters. And that's why it raised a lot of concern. And then late in the evening, there's a clip on Cyprian Nyakundi's page that was showing actually when they were being paid in the evening at around about 8 o'clock. It was well captured. So it was a calculated move so that if you look at the approach that they're trying to do is now for the business people to complain about the peaceful protesters that their businesses are being destroyed. Yet somebody employed these people to come and destroy to bring a distraction and a diversion of attention. That was what I noticed from the clips that went on yesterday. So we'll carry on, but we're coming out with we'll try to advise the people that are going out there on either dress code and meeting on a centralized point, not meeting on different kind of locations. Lukisha, you'll go, and then Ken Query, then Sumbaro. Dr. Jackton, I'll allow me to drop you from the mic so that you can add more. And then let's stick to 3 minutes. And we would appreciate questions and people that were actually on the ground to be on the speakers panel. And if you're on the ground and you have something pressing, kindly join the speakers panel. We're trying to add as much as possible from the people on the ground. Lukish.
Okay, Lekishon is my name. I am not.
Thank you.
Sikuwa kwa ground, mimi ni Mkenya kutoka upande huu wa Norway. Lakini niko na watu kwa ground. Sijui kama unaniruhusu niongee.
I'll give you 2 minutes because today we want actually the people on the ground. Alafu, I'll give you 2 minutes only.
Okay.
Kindly.
Mimi langu ni kupongeza na kufeel vizuri. We are dealing with the chief of goons in the president. We know his history, hiyo ndio tumekuwa tukisema, and his followers ama his cabinet members, some of them kama Moses Kuria, we know them. These are the people who want to disturb the peaceful demonstrations. What is shocking this government ni wameshtuka, kumbe Kenyans can be united without a political leader, with no tribal backing. So they are trying to gamble left, right, center. Na kila ambacho naona, it's like they are about to succeed because protests ambazo tulikuwa tunakuwa na millions of peaceful demonstrators, thousands of them, seems like sasa tumeanza kuachia goons. So how do we reclaim this movement ambayo imeanza, kwa sababu they are about to succeed? When I read the signs, watu ambao nilikuwa na wao wako kwa ground, wengine wanasema tukienda tukipigwa je. So ningeuliza Dr. Miguna, in such a situation, what do we do so that people wenye wako kwa ground wasikuwe na uoga, wajitokeze in thousands kama walivyokuwa? Hii imetetemesha. Mumeona leo vile wamehangaika kuanzia Senate, kila mahali mishahara wameanza kusema wajipunguzie na kadhalika. The movement is real. This has been always my wish as well. Kwa hiyo, my question, my concern is, how do we get back to the 25th of June? That was historic. What else can be done to have such for more demands and for more movement to be kept alive? Thank you. Mengine nitaongea baadaye.
Thank you so much, Ken Kwe, and then Sumbaro.
Thank you, Hilary, Maj, Biril, for hosting the space, and thank you to Daktari for being part of us today. Nilikuwa kwa ground yesterday, and I didn't spend the whole day in town. When things got ugly, I decided to go back home. Yeah, so I just want to run us through a few points. Number one, I want to make us understand why the political class hired goons. So for me, I think the first reason is to demoralize us. We have to understand that most of us, this is our first time in the trenches. Daktari has spoken about being a freedom fighter for a very long time. He's been in this game for long. So for some of us, this is uncharted territory, and I think most of us will agree with me. And another thing is that I believe one of our main obstacles is that many of us, perhaps especially the young people, might be emotionally fragile. So bringing in goons, bringing in violent goons and all that, it basically tests our resilience. And I think the government knew this, and that's why they brought in the goons. Secondly, I think they brought in the goons to taint our credibility, both domestically and internationally. One of the main things about these demonstrations is that we've really won the domestic and international community's hearts. The first three demos, we had restaurants throwing bottled water to demonstrators, and that shows the amount of support we had. Yesterday, just before I headed to town, I had a call with my father, a conversation. He's a bit old, and he was encouraging me, telling me that it's a high time we get these people out of power. And so we had won so many hearts. And the moment you introduce goons and they bring violence and chaos, you taint our image, and we lose that support. And another reason why I think the government brought in goons was to try and turn us against each other. Yesterday, everyone was blaming Osama, everyone was blaming Kimuzi for being the amplifiers of the demos, telling them that you owe the business community, you owe everyone that has lost property, you owe everyone that has lost their life. So I believe turning us against each other was one of the main agendas for why they introduced the goons. So how do we go about this? How do we recover? I believe that we need to first change or work on our wording. I'm not a marketing expert, but I believe many marketing experts will agree with me that yes, I believe that many marketing experts will agree with me that in as much as we are saying Ruto must go, why do we want him to go? I think we need to amplify corruption, accountability, police brutality. We need to amplify such messages to gain more support from people again, to make people angry again. Then something else. I think my parting shot before I land, I want to make it clear that we've not succeeded. I've seen people saying we've succeeded, but we've not succeeded. We've lost more than approximately 49 lives through these demonstrations, only for rejecting the finance bill. So we are far from succeeding anything. It's not basically if you compare, it's not worth losing 40 lives just for the finance bill to be dropped. So we need to finish the job. And as I wind up, and I've insisted that we have Ruto in the perfect spot. We have him where we want him to be. So it's about time we realize that this is far from over. We should not relent. So let's persist. Let's amplify our messages. And yes, Ruto must go. Thank you for giving me the time and the mic.
Thank you so much. I see, Dr. Your mic is on. Probably you want to chime in. And to
Yes.
Yeah, coming speakers, kindly only 2 minutes and then you move. And
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Daktari, over to you. Yes.
Thank you. I want us to be very, very clear, because you see, if we are not clear in our minds, we cannot achieve anything. It is unfortunate that some people are focusing on Ruto's ministers. He appointed all of them deliberately. He knew that he was appointing crooks, but he did so deliberately. He knew that he was appointing incompetent people. He did that deliberately. He had options. He had a lot of Kenyans that he could have picked, and he chose to pick these ones. And even though people have been complaining about them, he's refused to fire any one of them. So forget about the ministers. The focus is on Ruto. If Ruto goes, he goes with all his ministers. So why should you care about going to the Ministry of Agriculture? You are going to scatter yourself too thin. For what reason? You are trying to spread yourself thin when you should be together. Let us be together in one spot and sing one song. Ruto must go. It cannot be anything else. You see, let us not be mentally, psychologically vulnerable to these guys. Because even one of the listeners has just sent me a message, and it's quite revolutionary. He says, look, a revolution, a protest, any attempt to correct the system is not a wedding procession. You don't expect him to meet you with bouquets. He will fight back, and he's fighting back through his goons. Let us avoid talking as if the demonstrators or protesters were goons, or some of the protesters stole or looted. They want us to focus on side issues, red herrings, diversionary things. We are dwelling too much on their issue. The issue of goons we should have settled by simply saying, Ruto is desperate. He went out there and hired goons so that he can discredit the protest, and it has failed. And then move on from there to other more important and effective ways of moving forward. One of the things that people must do, first of all, there is no question you cannot go to Uhuru Park, because that has been done, has been attempted many times. They only bring GSU and whatever to seal it off, and you will not be able to get there. We are going to get to public open spaces like Parliament, because it is open. You get there through the roads, and that is the meeting point. How you get there is not our issue, because if you let them block you from getting out of your estate, they will, and then you will not reach Parliament. So don't congregate out of town. Get to CBD through whatever means, whether you are walking, whether you are on a motorcycle, whether you are on a matatu, whatever it is, get to CBD. That is how revolutions are done. You don't tell them that we are going to meet out of town, because they will simply block you from getting to the CBD. The important thing about the CBD, apart from the symbolic importance, is that you grind everything to a halt. Let them not tell you about the stock exchange. Let them not tell you about our business are not running. Let the businesses not run so that they can understand that this is a serious thing. Because if they do not understand this is a serious thing, then Ruto will continue with business as usual. So let's not be distracted. Finally, let people stream this thing. If you are downtown and you are a multitude of people, stream it live. Stream live whatever is happening, so that if people are being attacked, everybody can see. Stream it on Facebook, stream it on X, stream it on TikTok, stream it wherever you can stream it. But make sure you stream it and take good pictures of any thugs that they hire to come and attack people. But let's not dwell too much on the fact that they hired the goons, because the more you do that, you are actually making him win. You are distracting yourself. You are causing fear to yourself and to other people. And this is not the time for that. Let us stop lamenting. Let us come up with concrete things we must do. Thank you, Marge.
Thanks so much, Dr. Harry. And so as we move on, like underlined by Dr. Harry, yes, we already noticed the problem. We've talked about it. Now let's just move on from there. And I hand over the mic to Sumba Robin, then Kimani, and Albizia in that order.
Thank you very much, everyone on the call. First of all, I just want to say that for those that are our fallen heroes, let their souls rest in peace. For me, first of all, is to say that we've been able to progress well. The people who've been talking of strategy, I feel that for our strategy, it lies more in being adaptive. So we need to be very adaptive to everything that is thrown to us, because so many things will come along our way. We need to really be very focused. I've been able to really just be able to compare and contrast success stories of where people were able to go on the street, and I have been able to pick learnings that I think we can be able to also utilize and see that we succeed. In Tunisia, when they were trying to work out a way to just be able to relieve themselves from the yoke of dictatorship, one thing that they did was to be persistent. It was not something that was done in a day or 3 days. It was for a whole month, 30 days. After 30 days, the dictator who had been there for 23 years, Ruto, we are talking for 2 years, 23 years with systems that he had developed, he was able to run away, and the Wananchi were able to overcome, and they were able to put in place systems that worked for them. Equally, in Egypt, it worked the same way. So the thing is to really be adaptive, to really be consistent, and also to be there in numbers and to be peaceful. If you are peaceful, it becomes very hard for somebody to discredit you and to work against you. So looking at the 2 days that we were successful, if we were able to maintain the same tempo, then again, Ruto will really find it hard to really work against us. Then the other thing that I've observed in town, whenever that the protesters assemble, the first thing that the police do is to quickly do dispersion of tear gas. So if we can be able to work in silos, probably come into a number of groups that are then be able to converge at a point, having being in numbers that are a bit of a challenge to police, then it can really work for us. Because I've seen that police, even 2 people or 3 people, when they see any gathering that is small, they are able to quickly come in with the tear gas. If we can be able to find a way of going around that, then I believe that is something that we can really be able to overcome this challenge. Thank you very much, and I'm really impressed by Dr. Miguna's input.
Thank you so much. Kimani, you're next, then Albizia. You have 2 minutes each. That means after 1 hour, I'm going to be raising my hand. Then be on the lookout. Check my profile. When you see my hand up, then it means you have 1 minute to go. So for speakers that are coming on board, kindly prepare your points in a way that you can present them in 2 minutes. Over to you, Kimani.
Good evening, people. I've heard what we have said about re-strategizing and what's next, what we are supposed to do. I would like to say that the hashtag Ruto must go is very important to this movement. And I would like to advise you guys that instead of just saying that Ruto must go, we need to fight for the reconstitution of the IEBC, because there is no way that we can say Ruto must go, and when it comes to that, to the actions in which we need to take in order to achieve the goal, there are no tools in which we can use in order to achieve our goals. Secondly, I would like to say that as Kenyans, we have failed so much in choosing our leaders. We have chosen leaders who are corrupt. I myself, we have chosen people who do not have empathy. We have seen the reactions of Mr. President when he has been asked about the people who have been killed. We have seen his responses. So in our next general elections, I would like that we choose people who have the characteristics of leaders. Go to listen to people around them, how they talk, how they carry themselves, what they are selling. Because I was fooled by Ruto. That's true. I was fooled. That guy was so cunning in trying to fool Kenyans, and we fell for it. So I urge you Kenyans that in our next general election, we look at these leaders very keenly and also emphasize on the IEBC matter. We need to reconstitute the IEBC in order so that we can, if it's recalling the MPs who are not supporting our movement, we can recall them and replace the people who are willing to work for the people. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kimani. For the reconstitution of the IEBC, please mute your mic, Kimani. My understanding is that we really spoke about it the past days. So that means that in accordance to Article 1, when there's a reset, then everything is going to happen. So, that's where, coming up with new institutions. So it's not like, one step has to come, first step, a reset, and then other, the institutions that are supposed to be also reset will be done. Albizia?
Can you give somebody, please? I'm doing something. I'll talk later, please.
Bet, please.
First of all, let me say that we should keep our eyes on the ball. And the ball here is the clarion call that Ruto must go. This is what we should focus on. The other issues of IBC and the rest, the goons, should not come in. And the secret will be on our numbers. We must turn out in large numbers so that we can overwhelm the goons that have been hired. Revolution cannot be attained if we are divided, if we lose focus, and if we allow the kind of conversations that we saw in the Senate today, trying to divide us and trying to look like they are changing. They will not change. And the revolution must happen now for us to change our country, to fix the judiciary, to fix the executive, and to fix the parliament. That will happen after the revolution has been achieved. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bet. Let's proceed to Weston.
Thank you so much, Marge. First, my commiseration to the fallen patriots. It's unfortunate that it had to come to this when people rise up to fight for justice, for equality, for equity, for economic emancipation. They are not setting themselves up to be turned into martyrs. So it's terribly unfortunate. And any state that does that effectively loses legitimacy to govern. After having said that, I wish to remind my fellow compatriots that the question of infiltration of protest by shadowy characters, suddenly the word goon has found pride of place in our political lexicon. It's not something new.
Hello, everyone.
Yes?
You
Hello?
can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Right.
Hello? Okay, fine. Somebody. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Kindly proceed, Weston. The problem is, just hold on, there's a Weston and then there's a Western. So Western Shilaho, please proceed. And Western Murai, wait a moment. So Western Shinyalo, kindly proceed.
I can't hear anybody.
Thank you.
What is going on?
Now, can you hear me now?
Just hold on.
Hello?
Just hold on.
Hello?
Dr. We can hear you.
What happened? Marge?
Yes, I can hear you. Hillary, can you please?
Marge, can you hear me?
Yes.
I really can't hear anybody.
Dr. can you hear me?
No, he cannot hear anyone. Hillary, can you text him
Can you hear me?
to log out and come back?
Okay.
Let's do that. Let Hillary handle that as we proceed. Weston, kindly proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that clarification. Well, I was saying that it's unfortunate that lives have had to be lost because in the exercise of a people's inalienable constitutional rights, no life should
Hello,
be
Marge?
lost.
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear anybody.
We cannot hear you. We can hear you. Hillary is texting you, contacting you so that you can log out and come back again. Let me text Hillary that. Okay. Weston, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Well, be as it may, I think this is an indictment on our democracy. Lives should not be senselessly lost in a democracy. In a democracy, we should be able to resolve our political and economic contradictions civilly through set out institutions. We are not doing it now. Why? Because of institutional impunity, by the state. And that's why we are where we are. And we're saying we have to relentlessly fight and push back against this seemingly impregnable culture of lawlessness and impunity. Having said that, I wish also to draw my fellow compatriots to the fact that any given struggle, any war is also psychological. The people that we are ranged against will stop at nothing to invoke all sorts of tactics and stratagems to deflate this mass movement. And one of which is where you see people beginning to cast doubts on themselves. Are they doing the right thing? Are they not doing the right thing? That's psychological. We must be aware of that. I don't know whether Dr. Miguna is listening to me. I've got two quick questions for him. Is he listening?
We're trying to sort out his issues. Of late, when people are listening, the spaces are tampered with, unfortunately. But do post your questions. He's going to work on his connection and then come back. Do pose your questions. We are taking those questions. We're writing them down. You have 1 minute to land, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Marge. Let's remove him from the speaker, then we invite him back. I think Hillary cannot hear us either.
Okay, let's do that. Weston, please proceed with your questions.
Okay, good. I would like Dr. Miguna to weigh in, and any other person in the forum on the question of class versus ethno-regional politics. The latter has held us back, which I consider to be extremely retrogressive, because it has denied us an opportunity to caucus and have a conversation on cross-cutting social, political, and economic considerations. And I look at the kind of challenge we are bedeviled with currently, which is not new, as the rest of the Kenyans, who constitute the majority, raged against a tiny clique of the ruling class that has commandeered the state and appropriated the associated benefits and consigned everybody else to the margins of the mainstream economy. So I'm asking, there's this tendency to draw parallels between ethno-regional politics and class politics, which evokes fear among some Kenyans in equal measure. And I don't think that is correct in my reading, because our contradictions can only be addressed when we caucus coalesce along ethnic, religious, gender, regional lines. and
Weston,
address the things we're doing now.
Weston, may I kindly route you back to the topic? I mean, the topic you're discussing is very, very important, but let's really stick to the topic of the day. So take 30 seconds to pose your question relating to this topic to Miguna, and then we go to the next.
One second, kindly.
Okay,
could
thanks.
you ask?
Thank you.
Just
I
ask the
think
speaker
it's
to hold on. Sorry about that. Madge, can you ask Dr. if he can hear us? Because I'm trying to add him to the speaker panel.
Okay. Well, let's sort that offline because I cannot see him. Let's sort that out offline. So Weston, go, and then we go to the next, to Vincent. Weston, just 30 minutes for the question.
Okay, I'm done with the question, Marge, but I would wish to, because it stems from a doctor's previous presentation, and I didn't get a chance to ask him that question. It's imperative because it's at the core of our political mobilization. It's at the core of what we're doing now, because we are fighting for economic emancipation. We're fighting for better livelihoods. So I don't think it's an outlier question as such. In any case, Dr. Miguna addressed it last time.
Thank you. Vincent, over to you.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I've been on so many calls the last few days. My wife is Kenyan. We're going to grow our family up in Kenya. I have a very high regard for the potential of Kenya. What I want to discuss is with the effects of these hired goons is that I think people need to wake up a little bit, yeah? This Westminster system of government has continuously failed every country and has been corruptible in every country around the world, not just Kenya. I mean, Kenya, the corruption is seen quite clearly, probably more than other places. But believe you me, Western societies are crumbling at the moment, and they are suffering the same issues with goons, as you so called them, set up by three-letter agencies that are all over the world, Australia, the US, everywhere I've lived all over the world. Now, I think what we need to get to a point to is that we have the technology right now to implement decentralized systems so that we can implement direct democracy and remove power from these sons of bitches that are ruining countries left, right, and center and influencing the state of politics through very sophisticated means. I mean, if you look at the people that Ruto is dealing with right now all around the world, is the same people that are destroying democracies within their own countries. Now, they use these three-letter agencies to be doing the work that they do to influence basically political motivation. Now, if you implement decentralized power in terms of putting major decisions directly without the use of continuous representatives who you never really know, and eventually, because of the Westminster system, they become corrupted. This system needs to stop. Kenya has the demographic, this young population which gets blockchain, which gets decentralized systems to be able to facilitate this. They have the knowledge, they have the smarts. This is what we need to be doing to, usurp the power of these goons. So, and to hold people accountable. We are holding spaces every few days to build the first system off the cab off the rank, which is a voting system, which will be incorruptible, because it will be transparent on the blockchain and open source. If anybody wants to join that discussion, but I think that everybody needs to think about a new form of government, because this form of government is failing the world. It's not just Kenya. And every finance, every tender, every vote should be accountable, auditable on the blockchain, which is what it's designed for and extremely good at. And these people need to be held to account. And funding to these three-letter agencies or these nefarious goons needs to be seen where this money is going. So, you start attacking the root cause. You decentralize the systems of power, make these people more accountable. We just cannot have this system, Westminster, 300, 400, 500-year-old system anymore, and let Kenya, through the demographic that we have, be the shining light for the rest of the world. It can be done. We're doing it. We're socializing what we're doing. We're actually building it. This voting system will be out in 2 weeks by the 17th of July. If anybody wants to know what we're building, critique it, or anything like that, please do. But you need voices to be heard, right? And at the moment, everybody's saying, well, who are we talking to? You don't talk to bloody anybody. Why should they? This group is correct. We are, it should be leaderless. Who you're talking to should be a incorruptible, immutable voting system whereby everybody has direct.
Biril, can you hear Vincent? I cannot hear him.
I think we lost him.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm told that
yeah.
Terry is back, and I'm told Manura is also on. Can you see Terry on the panel, because I cannot see him? Welcome, Terry. If you can hear me, please say something.
Terry, can you hear any one of us? Oh, Madge, we lost you. Okay, I'll queue in as we wait. Welcome, Kipkalia Kwanest. Welcome, Haman Munyara. Welcome to the space. And Hillary, please add Terry back. If you can hear me, give me 100. Anybody who can hear me? Kings, can you hear me? Nice, lovely. Thank you, Justice. We'll give you Kingsman. I think Vincent is talking about block technology, and Vincent will give you back the mic at a later stage. I think you dropped or something. We'll give you the mic again, and you'll take us through that after we're done with our today's guest. I had you. Can you hear me? Justice, give me 100 if you can hear me. What happened?
Biril, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think Hillary pressed something. I think something is wrong.
Okay,
if
go
you can.
on.
Vincent was on the mic, but we lost him. He's on something called blockchain. So we'll go through him after we're done with our guest. I'm still not seeing Terry on the panel. So we'll carry on with the other speakers as we await.
Let's get on with Weston, the other Weston, as we try to push back Terry back. Then we want to hear a lady's voice. Then we go to Brendan, and
Hi
then
guys,
Kingsman.
you can hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, please proceed.
I've been following the space and I've been on this street since the day one that we started, and I can tell you guys, things are getting worse, things are changing. The first time that we did the protest, it was so peaceful and everything went on well. The second day, the same happened. And I heard someone who was saying that even the restaurants were also providing water. Things started changing during the protest that we staged on walking to Parliament. That's when everything changed. And we could not tell who is who because streets zote zilikuwa zimejaa. That was on Tuesday. Then on Thursday, that's when I realized now that even the policemen that we are having on the ground, the same policemen that we are being told that they should protect us as we protest, are the same policemen that are being used to target us. Personally, on Thursday, after Parliament on Tuesday, on Thursday I was a target. I received some 2 shots on rubber bullets, and at the end of the day, at around 3, a canister, a tear gas canister, missed my head, me and another friend of mine, to a point that I was even asked to just go home, because now it was seen that the police have made a target. For yesterday, when the goons came, someone said about the quick mat. Policemen did nothing, but when they find someone who is saying that Ruto must go, that person was being arrested. It happened also in E3. There's so many creeps that are going around of protesters who are peaceful, being harassed, being beaten up, being picked by police. But when goons are looting the shops or even stealing from innocent people, the policemen are just walking away. They're just giving them free way to do it. For me, on my suggestion, I guess it's a high time now we do something different. Like Daktari said, if we were to go to a specific point, it doesn't matter how we are going to meet to that point, but make sure that we are live on that point. Even if it's going to take us 3 to 4 hours for us to reach to that point, we reach to that point. Or else, if you suggest that your meeting point is at Parliament, why don't we all meet at Parliament Road? We all sit down and we all keep quiet. If they want to beat us up, they beat us up when we are all seated as the world is watching. Because now this thing is getting out of hand. As we are doing it peacefully, but the policemen and the goons are together. The same MPs that brought all this to us are the same MPs and government officials who are paying goons to come and even beat us as we protest, to come and steal even from us as we protest. Our mothers are the ones that are owning the shops in town. And there's no way that I myself I can come out from home and walk to town to go and steal, to go and root at my father's shop, my brother's shop, my friend's shop. No. It's a high time now we also counter-attack the goons and we outsmart them. We have to outsmart the goons and the people who are paying them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Weston. Hilary, I cannot see Miguna. Miguna, do communicate with him to ask him to log out and come back again. Brenda, go, and then Kingsman. Brenda, are you able to speak, or should we move to the next speaker? Okay, something is wrong with your mic. Kingsman, over to you. Kingsman, can you hear me? Okay, can anyone hear me? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Then Kingsman is not yet able to speak. Justice, please go on. Okay, Kingsman, I see your hand is up. Take a go, and then we go to Justice.
Hi, comrades. Mag, are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear.
Biril, how are you? Good evening. Sorry, I've been off-road today. I was not able to join you earlier, but I'm available now. I hope everyone is able to hear me. I think, as Daktari has said, we should not concentrate so much on what the government is doing, but rather concentrate on what we are doing on our side. Because remember, as Max Weber said, the government has legitimacy of violence. It has a monopoly of violence that is legitimate. So at no time will you engage with the government in terms of violence and then become a victor out of it. So the message here is more important than what we lost yesterday, and also what we gained is more important than what we didn't. So what I think we should focus on tomorrow is, first of all, is being organized, and then now the ability of also being able to maneuver along whatever they'll bring. Because as you saw yesterday, I think they were able to thwart off the congregation, or when people were trying to gather from the onset, even if there is a court order that is barring them from doing so, from coming up with, from clobbering people, from using tear gas. So already the government is participating in an illegality, because they were aware of the demonstration. They were aware that there were peaceful demonstrators yesterday, and then they are also aware of goons, because it is not a coincidence that two quick mats are attacked, things are stolen. Actually, one is just near Kamukunji police station, and the police were not able to get there on time, but you could see the people who were injured from whatever was happening yesterday. So for me, I think we should focus more on the approach and the message, because when we concentrate on what the government did to thwart the cause, then we lose the cause in itself. Because what are we looking? The bigger picture is, first of all, by the way, that guy has cordoned off the whole of the Kilimani area, the upper hill area. You cannot be able to access Kilimani through State House Road. So it means he gets the message. The fact that he has not even traveled for 2 weeks, that is a win for the cause. They say he's either flying or lying. So at least for 2 weeks, we've been able to barricade him between the confines of State House. And actually, no one was even going there. The demonstrators, we all know that the demonstrators are peaceful, but he's trying to bring up a divide between now the business community and the peaceful demonstrators. So for me, I'm thinking is, if this thing takes an organic course, whereby people are saying, like, can we use another approach? Can we even say that Tuesday, instead of people going to, or tomorrow, instead of people going out to the streets, then people can stay indoors. We can even decide to stay indoors for a week, so that if a foreigner comes to Kenya, he is not seeing an Uber, he's not seeing any other business. So we can even just say, let's stay put. No one leaves his house, you stay where you are. And then we are also now, you be in a position to see how he'll react. So I think in a war, you just don't use one tactic. You do not just use one strategy. We can use as many strategies as possible. The other one is that I saw, it's like his people yesterday were able to change the narrative and say that the demonstrators now have become violent, even though they knew that the people who were infiltrating the demonstrations that were peaceful are not part of the cause. They do not even understand what a finance bill is. So, but you see, for them, it is their message. So also what we need as a cause, as a group, as comrades, is to ensure that the message that we are passing is more stronger than the message that is opposing. So it's like a debate. So at the end of the day, whoever wins the debate is the one who was able to take charge of the narrative. And that is what we need to do. So as the Daktari has said, don't concentrate so much on taking on the goons, because in Nairobi, it takes only 300,000 to hire goons. 300,000, you get like 100 or 200 border
How does
people.
this look like when you can't bring your power banks,
Mag, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Justice was unmuted. Justice, kindly unmute you next. Yes, please proceed.
So if you have $300, then you are able to get as many goons as possible in Nairobi. Buy for them weed of around 30,000, 50,000. Then you have a crowd of around 200 and between 200 to 300 people who can come out and bring chaos within the team. So, but I think as I'll share I'll share a strategy that was used by the youths when there was the Arab Spring in Egypt, how they were able to marshal themselves using the media, ensuring that the routes that can be possibly be used by the goons, and then those are barricaded. We can even barricade the roads that we want to use, so that if, for example, people decide tomorrow they'll be in Valley Road, then we have marshals that are able to barricade the demonstrators against the goons. So we let's also learn. Let's take lessons from whatever is happening, so that now the approach on the day after or tomorrow or next week is different. But for me, I'm seeing gains. I'm a person who believes in a glass is half full rather than half empty. So the gains is, you could see the narrative today in the Senate. People, for the first time, the hubris, the way they were holding themselves as if we are second class human beings. They are coming down. Today you could hear the Kericho senator talking about how he used to hoard hoard njugus in the streets, how he used to, I don't know, to live in which ghetto. These are things that they couldn't tell us. So they now want to associate like they are one of us. But the day 2 weeks ago, they weren't one of us. So the message is messaging. That is what I can say. And guys, let's keep it. Let's also condole with the families that have lost their loved ones. Let's support them. We can even start, we can have a drive or the Mchanga thing. We get the identity of the families that have lost their loved ones. We contribute, so that also, even if to the small business that have also lost, we can do a drive and give them something small, so that they see that the real cause is not against us and it's for us. So, Mark, thank you so much. Hillary, thank you. And real host, Daktari, as well. I'm still on the move, so maybe in an hour or two I'll be able to catch up with you guys. But and everyone who is also online, thank you for the good work that you're doing. Thank you even for being on the space, and we appreciate you. We love you, and remember, the course is about, we are not against anyone or everyone. We are like, what we are against, poverty is the enemy. The enemy is the largesse, the opulence that is being shown by politicians. We need a country where everyone is able to compete, to do business, whereby you don't feel like other people have an advantage over you because of the positions they hold in political space or whom they know. So thank you guys, and keep on doing the good work that you're doing. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much, Kingsman. As we continue, let's also not forget to build the network. Follow the host, the co-host, the speakers. Look left and right and follow each other. Hillary, please try to communicate with Dr. Miguna so that he can get back on, because he seems to be listening to us, but we're not able to hear him. So please give me a feedback in 5 minutes time if we're able to reconnect with him or not. Justice, over to you.
Thank you very much, Marge, and everybody on the podium. So I would like to share some information about the question that I asked earlier on how to ensure safety of the protesters, especially when working alongside the goons. So I've had somebody who tried to speak, raise their hands to speak, and they were not able to get up. So this guy has worked in the peacekeeping missions in Congo, and he's actually sent me a list of what to do and what not to do. Some of them have been shared by Dr. Miguna and other brilliant speakers on the podium. So this might take a little bit longer. Marge, do you have permission to take just 5 minutes, if you don't mind?
Is it in writing? Because if it's in writing, you can just put it on the Jumbotron.
Yes, it's in writing, but I think it might look better if it's put into a document and then posted.
So would you please, Kingsman? Kingsman, please mute. Would you please put it for us in a document and just post in the Jumbotron, because we still have over 100 people wanting to speak. So that would be helpful, because then they can also refer to the document again.
Okay,
later.
definitely. Yeah. Definitely. Maybe what I can do is just highlight the points and not go into details. So number one is stay informed and plan ahead. Go in groups that some people have said again. Know your rights as a protester. Wear appropriate clothing. Bring essential supplies. And here is things like water, first aid kits, identification, whatever. Stay aware of your surrounding. Document incident. I believe Dr. Harris spoke about, taking videos, live streaming, and all that. Non-engagement. Do not engage somebody who is confrontational. Try ways to de-escalate the situation, and no emergency contacts. So we're thinking of legal aid numbers, you're thinking of family members. If you can memorize them, that would be great. And lastly, use safe exit strategies. So wherever your surrounding is, just know how can I get out of this place safe. Thank you, Maj.
Thank you so much, Justice. Please do put the document on the comment section so that we can highlight it. I see that Dr. is back. I would like to test his mic. Dr. please take the mic so that you can test. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
I've been here all through, so somebody just muted me.
Oh, okay.
I was hearing everybody. At the beginning, there was a time I couldn't hear people, but I've been hearing all of you. And I've been trying to talk, and you've been saying you're not hearing me, but I'm here. So I kept on going back and coming back, and still nothing doing. Anyway, I'm here.
Welcome back. When you couldn't hear us, we had to drop you, and then we were struggling to add you back on the speaker. I think that's where the problem came in. Welcome back. Thank you. Now we can hear both of us ourselves.
So can I say something quickly?
Yes, carry on.
First of all, I want to warn us that this is a public gathering. So in this public gathering, there could also be NIS. And there are people working for Ruto and all of that. So not every contribution is meant to help us. So we have to be careful as to which contributions help us and which ones don't. And I'm not going to say which ones, but I'm going to respond globally. Number one, let no one tell us that we should concentrate on Ruto's underlings, his appointees. Any such statement is meant to divert us, because then you would be saying Ruto is good, it's just his appointees who are bad. But everything emanates from his office, from him, directly downwards. Number two, we already went through the IBC dissolution, and we said if IBC is dissolved now and Ruto is in a hurry reconstituted now, and Ruto is in a hurry to do so that he can appoint people who are going to do his bidding in the IBC. So we need to remove him so that we reconstitute the IBC. Number three, people who are not in Nairobi must continue to protest wherever they are. So tomorrow's protest should go on, and there should be no language or confusion as to whether or not they are going on. We have to reaffirm that tomorrow's protest should go on, and they should go on all over the country. The reason for them going on all over the country is that Ruto will be spread thin, because if he has to send his goons all over the country, some are in Mombasa, some are in Wajir, some are in Busia, some are in Migori, Kisumu, wherever, he can't manage. So we must exhaust him thoroughly. Even his police will not be able to manage. So let's have demonstrations all over the country, everywhere, wherever you are. You don't have to come to Nairobi. You have to organize and mobilize yourselves where you are, and let's completely exhaust him until he drops. The idea that people can demonstrate sitting at home is a non-starter. There is no demonstration staying at home. In any event, it's also not useful, because there is no effect. You have zero effect. And moreover, nobody would know whether you are sick or you are demonstrating or whatever. The point is, let us make ourselves visible. Let us make ourselves loud. Let us make ourselves clear. Let Ruto tremble wherever he is, and let us occupy one singular space. If we are in Nairobi, because we need the numbers, let us go to Parliament. Let us congregate there. Let us get there through whatever means. If you are in Mombasa, pick a place that you are going to go. The beauty with these counties is that some governors and county governments are supporting the protests. So the county askaris will be providing security for you. If, say, for example, you are in the entire Nyanza region, or you are in the entire coast region except probably one county, and there are many, many other counties where the county governments are actually supporting the demonstration. Speakers have been very clear that the message has gotten to the Senate and so many other people. Most of these people would not want to be seen to be confronting or opposing the protests because of their political interests. If that intimidates them, let them be intimidated properly, but don't pick fights with goons or anybody else. Let's work together. Let's do it peacefully. I agree with the gentleman who said, if you start violence, you will be playing into their hands and you will have no sympathy from anywhere. So let's remain peaceful. But if somebody comes to attack the procession and you are many and they are just a handful of goons, arrest them and tie them up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Would you kindly give a pointer as to how many more minutes you have so that we can plan around that?
Actually, I think we've been here for a very long time. Maybe you would have to decide when, but if it was left to me, the next 3 minutes, we should call it a day, but we should be able to rally everyone that we are going fearlessly and that Ruto is not going to be allowed to behave as if he owns us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly allow us to finish at the top of the hour so that only the speakers on the panel can ask questions, only questions, and then Daktari will respond. And we are not adding other speakers. Please kindly bear with us. Reject finance bill, 2 minutes. And then Tabo, in that order. Okay, anyone will not speak. Okay, go on.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please proceed.
Good.
Okay.
Now, I think you take another speaker because engineers, mute your mic because we can't hear you.
I'm getting you. Can you
Okay,
get me?
carry on, yes.
Yes. Encourage each and
Proceed.
everyone on this.
I think we lost him.
So reject finance will go, and then Joachim, in that order, quick.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
We already said we can hear you, so please just proceed. Otherwise, it's taking a lot of time.
Thank you so much. First, let me send in my condolences to the bereaved and all that lost their lives. Number two, allow me also to acknowledge and appreciate everybody's presence here. And I have one question to Daktari. Daktari, what would be your opinion if we all gathered at a certain place or a certain avenue in CBD, and we all were in, for example, let's say we are all dressed in white, sat in one of the streets, just sat there and did nothing and protested and blocked all the roads in the CBD while we were seated. What effect could that have on our agenda? Number two, allow me to say that this goon infiltration is something that we should be prepared to have it going forward. It is an counterattack to what was meant to be a very peaceful procession, what was meant to be a very noble idea. But now going forward, we also need to craft ways on how to counter it. As Daktari has said, that maybe we need to arrest these people, clobber them, and maybe hand them over to the authorities. It is a time that we need now to think extensively, think outside the box, and see how best to counter that. So I would request that Daktari may be response to that. And once he's still at that, I would request Daktari also to unblock me. Thank you so much.
So reject finance bill onto where and how the demonstration should take place, that he already responded to. On your second question about how to deal with the goons, that he also responded to. I'd like to underline that I never had him say we should clobber the goons. Joachim, over to you. So please, guys, only questions now, and then we close. Joachim, a question? Yes.
You know, good evening, everybody. Do you hear me, guys?
Yes, please. Your question. We're now only taking questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
The question I was supposed to take is when people they go to demonstration, you know, because the government they are using askaris and whatever. Anyway, question yenye nauliza, I think hakuna mwenye ameongea, so ni vizuri niulize so that either kina daktari they can respond whatever. So
Uliza, yeah, Uliza.
Yeah, last time Safaricom they shut down the network. So the only thing I can tell people, wacharge simu zao sikuwe full if they want to go to demonstration, and then maybe they use like another network. But don't trust Safaricom. Use even the Airtel, so that you can capture the evidence because hatuna CCTV, right? Na hata sikiwa hakuna mwenye anaweza enda kuja kujitoa, so that you capture you capture those goons.
Kidogo tu. Sasa kama hiyo ndo mbinu yako ya kwenda kujitetea na unaisema hapa public, nauliza hivi, kama hiyo ni mbinu ya kujitetea na unaisema hapa public, unasaidia nani? You know, let's be smart. So questions only. Rob and then Bin Adam, questions. And if you have a strategy, even if whatever it means, hata kama umeenda interview, huwezi expose the strategy. So Rob and then Bin Adam.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Mine is not focusing on the demonstration, but I wanted to know from Dr. Miguna, because we are now focusing on using our constitutional right to recall MPs. But we found that the IEBC needs to be constituted first for that to happen. Is there any way citizens can fast track this process so that the IEBC can be able to work on the recalling process with us? Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. I think he'd clarified that already, but probably he can, if you want to, you can spend a minute on that. Bin Adam, question, please.
Hi, hope you can hear me, guys. First of all, my condolence to the guys who lost their lives trying to liberate and fight for our rights. Poleni sana to the family. I'm actually speaking, I'm not in the country, I'm actually in the Middle East. And my question is to Daktari Miguna, is there a way that, okay, because our agenda, which was peaceful demonstration, was hijacked by the goons, like the topic says so, is it possible that we try to reach, or rather try to use a different angle to still achieve the same goal of bringing this regime down, in the sense that can we use external external ideas whereby, because I know these people, like many politicians, they have affiliates, like the government has affiliates with international companies, whereby they usually go and sign deals. Like, let's say, for example, there's a lady who came. I cannot remember when, but I think it was also in this space. I think sometimes last week, she came and spoke about that these au pair jobs, the one Ruto was about to sign. Is it possible we just sign a petition to revoke all? To revoke and to refuse any deals that they have made with international bodies. Even here in Dubai, he has signed a lot of deals with the people. We just need to find out which companies that he has signed with so that we can go and sign petitions and say, this is corruption because they are self-centered. These things are being done on individual gains, like a company affiliated to, let's say, the president or his cronies, someone bringing in his own company and then registering it, and you cannot do any other business until you go through that person. Can we please, if it is possible, whoever is even in the diaspora, to try and identify any company that is affiliate to the company, to the government or to these other people who are in the government as well, so that we can even start to deconstruct all these people from the external going all the way to the internal. Is it possible, Dr. Arid? That's my question.
Thank you. Before I hand over the mic to Dr. Miguna, I would like to encourage people to listen to the spaces we've had before, because Bin Laden, please mute your mic. Because he's actually spoken about the things that some of us are still posing questions on, that would really save time, because otherwise we're going to go back and forth, which is really not very helpful. And so that's why sometimes when I appear like I'm rushing you, it's not like I really want to rush you, but that's just the point I want to make, that repetition, it's really just a waste of time. Time is money. Dr. over to you as you conclude.
Thank you very much, Maj. Thank you, everybody. Thank the co-hosts. So, number one, the protests continue. There is no postponement. There is no reverse gear. There is no surrender. We move and march forward. We protest peacefully. We protest orderly, in an orderly manner. We protest in huge numbers. We congregate at specific points. How you reach there is your issue. Whether you walk, whether you take a bike, whether you take a matatu, whether you take a bus, whether you drive, is your issue. As long as you arrive there. You arrive there early enough, if possible dressed in white, in black, and in green. That is what we agreed on. Carry a flag, carry water. Try to be with people that you know, if possible. If not, people that are clearly demonstrators. Carry your phone if you can. Take pictures. Stream live if you can, because it is helpful. If you see the goons, take their pictures and disseminate widely so that we can expose them. Share information. If you're arrested, call LSK. They have pro bono lawyers to assist you. I go to the question that was asked by the gentleman that spoke last. He asked if there are other means of removing a tyrannical regime from power. Historically and practically, there are only 3 ways of removing a regime. Number one, in a democratic society, and Kenya is far from democratic, you do so by having credible, transparent, accountable elections. We did an election. Unfortunately, Ruto became rogue and thought an election was a coronation. He thought being president was being a king. And he thought citizens were his subjects, that he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. The second one is through a coup d'etat. A military can take power and replace a regime. And the third one is a popular revolution, a popular peaceful revolution on the streets. So we don't have a military that we want to take power, and we don't want the military engaged in politics. Elections are so far, and Ruto has already looted the entire country and wants to continue mismanaging, abducting people, and committing extrajudicial killings. We are tired of that. We can't have him for the next 3 years. So we resort to popular revolution, peaceful, on the street, under clause 1 of the Constitution, saying enough is enough. We are taking back the country. We have a right under clause 1 of the Constitution to exercise our sovereignty and to be able to remove the delegation that we gave, we vested in you, because you have abused us. You have just abused the power that we gave you. You have refused to be accountable to us. And after we do that, as I said last week, there is a process. And I will go over the process again so that we don't have these repetitions. Number one, we set up a national transitional authority, a civilian body made up of 54 volunteers, one from each national ethnic community, professionals who will comprise the youth, men, women of integrity from all religious backgrounds. They will be volunteers. They will not be paid. And they will work in order to set up, one, an independent investigative authority to investigate all questionable land grabs or land allocations, corruption scandals, allegations of institutional and individual abuse, political assassinations, looting from 1963 to now, so that we can put all these grievances to rest once and for all. We can have our country back. We can have our productive land back so that we can turn it into a factor of production in order to eliminate food insecurity and all manner of problems. Then, within 2 weeks, the National Transitional Authority will reconstitute the IEBC. So let's stop talking about the IEBC, because if we allow Ruto to reconstitute the IEBC, he will fill it up with his girlfriends and cronies. And then the elections of 2027 will be a coronation, because these people will help him steal the elections. This is what Uhuru tried through the people that were at Serena Hotel, remember? Those were put there strategically so that they could coronate Raila Odinga in the last election, so that we didn't have to have a credible election. We should put an end to electoral injustice by having this IEBC overhauled. It's going to be made up of credible Kenyans with integrity, Kenyans who are not going to serve any specific interest or political party. And then within 3 months, then we have fresh presidential and general elections. This is a very clear thing, and it is doable. As I said last week, elections are routine matters. Election is not a very difficult thing to do. Then we can adopt the technology
blockchain.
The blockchain technology that our friend was talking about, to secure the electoral process, to make it tamper-proof. Like yesterday, they locked me out of my phone. They pretended to be sending me information through DMs. Then I read it. And within a short time, I was not able to use my Twitter on my phone. Right now, I'm speaking to you on my laptop because they invaded my phone. So they are trying everything. And you know, if you are really a Democrat, if you really respect your people, if you really believe that you mean well for the country, you wouldn't do these things. You wouldn't hire hackers to attack your critics. You wouldn't hire goons to abduct your critics. You wouldn't charge your critics for saying Ruto must go. That's under the Bill of Rights. That's free speech. You cannot take anybody to court and they are convicted because they sang Ruto must go. From now on, our national anthem is Ruto must go until he goes. Then we can revert back to our usual national anthem. I thank everybody. I hope that we can turn out in large numbers because our numbers are our safety, are our security, is what is going to preserve our lives. The last point, this is very critical because people are going to ask, so who can preside over the National Transitional Authority? We have many suggestions, but one of the most critical suggestions is that the Chief Justice, just like happened in the last elections in South Africa, can sit in there, preside over the National Transitional Authority comprised of 54 volunteers for only the period that the general and presidential elections are to happen. Not because we like her or we like the office, not because the judiciary is clean, but for institutional authority that is recognized under the Constitution. Right now, there is not much that she can do if she was to act there voluntarily for a period of 3 months. And there is nobody else we should trust. We cannot trust Wetangula, who heads the National Assembly. We cannot trust Kingi, who works for Ruto. These are Ruto appointees. We cannot trust the military. So the only titular constitutional head that could serve this purpose under the supervision of 54 volunteers, but under the check ultimately of the population of Kenya, would be the Chief Justice. I'm just giving this as an example. And then nobody would say we would have a vacuum. And everybody would understand this is a transitional authority. And if they bring any nyoko, then we greet them nicely. Thank you very much, gentlemen and gentlewomen.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for taking the time to come and be with us and share with us. And thanks everyone who was listening. I'll be very, very brief before Hillary closes. I'd like to say that yesterday I received a lot of messages of people telling me to stop inciting them to go and demonstrate. Nobody is inciting anyone to go and demonstrate. What is happening here is that the right to do that is actually enshrined in the Constitution. Now, today I woke up to the government intimidating people. There was the police who'd not posted for many months, now posting about, these are the suspects. There was the ministry, the CS of health now coming out all of a sudden after they have killed and maimed people to say, those patients have been paying. We've waived all the time. We've waived the bill, trying to discredit the people who were collecting the money. So the tactic out here is, as I've seen, and I'm being recorded, I saw today the government was trying to intimidate a lot of people, and this is going to continue. So those of you who are coming and thinking Marge is inciting anyone, soon, mark my words, you will be in my inbox telling me how somebody has been kidnapped where, and I don't know. So just check with yourself. Know what you want to do. The goons that are being paid, you are in a space where people confessed that they were paid 500 shillings per day to run a wrong narrative. Now, I will mention Intumbi now because he was also mentioned by the person who he had paid in that space. He had paid 500 shillings per day, but they had gone ahead and arrested the person. So the people who participated in being paid by the Kenya Kwanza regime to be put in were already confessing and asking for apologies. So this is an example that you people see that it never works. So even the goons that are being paid there, you're selling your soul for no good reason. You had better follow the right process. You better just use your conscience to really even just wait for some more months. Don't do the things that you're going to regret later, but fight for an enabling environment. If you have the employment back home, because this is what is really bringing a lot of people to the streets, then you will not need to have somebody giving you 500, they send it to your phone, they're going to be able to track you again. So guys, the assignment is back to you. Check. What do you want to do? If you want to be paid by those people, they come for you. That's it. You saw on the spaces, it was recorded. Hillary, I'll be real kindly close closing remarks and then we close.
Thank you so much, Madge. That was very well put. And another point of correction, if you're not here when we began, this is a disclaimer. Dr. Miguna is not the head of the Gen Zs and is not stealing any show. He was only here as a senior counsel trying to give directives onto when people were asking what next because we got to the parliament. So anybody that was not here and you had that narrative being shared anywhere else, it's a disclaimer. He's not here for that and he's still on the speaker panel. He'll affirm that for you. And wherever you are, whatever you're doing, history will judge you. If you're not with the team, don't send a wrong narrative. If you are sanitizing yourself to be able to fit back into the Gen Z system, sanitize yourself as an individual, but don't sell a narrative that is not there. Because the first narrative we had was about tribe. It was killed. The second narrative we had, it was being funded. It was killed. The third narrative we had, it was the political affiliation. It was killed. It's none of those ones. So this narrative that you brought for, it was about the KDF, which also never saw the head of light. Another narrative that is now being shared is Miguna and Giraigo. Those people are not the leaders of the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs and the millennials, they don't have a leader. So if you want to sanitize yourself to fit back into the relevant narrative, fit back yourself as an individual and let's work as a team, because this is not Kenya for Madge, it's not Kenya for Be Real, it's not Kenya for Bob, it's Kenya for all of us. And if you're not in Kenya, you have people back at home and this thing affects you directly or indirectly. So if you're not seeing what is being brought, and today you saw what was happening in the Senate, then you can actually wake up from the slumberland and actually feel the need of the people for a change of governance. All we're crying for is a change of governance. People are suffering. We're going to an era whereby it's going to be the haves and the have-nots. How long are we going to sell that kind of a narrative? And then you can sit comfortably and talk that talk, and yet you know what has been affecting Kenya. They kill the medical system and then they open private hospitals. Who's going to afford that? They kill the public schools and they open private schools for themselves. So how long are we going to run that? So whatever we are voting for, whatever we are fighting for, whatever we are crying for as a nation, as a country, is good governance. We have a lot of spillage of wastage of funds. We have a lot of spillage of projects that are not done, and yet they're documented that they are done. Nobody is accountable for that. Accountability is key, even in your own organizations. Accountability is key. We have managers, we have directors. So if we are selling a narrative that is not in coincide with whatever is happening, kindly just sit back and watch the people who can walk the talk, walk it through. It was a pleasure hosting this space. I thank everyone that was able to be on the space today. May God bless you, Doctor. We really appreciate your wisdom in the space, and we thank you very much to accept the second invite. And we hope going forward you're still with us. And anybody that is
You're
here,
welcome.
God bless
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you very much. God bless you so much, Hillary. God bless you and everyone else. Tomorrow we meet. And those that are in my area, you know yourselves, I have water. I'm offering water. That's all I can give the Gen Zs. So if you're there and you think that somebody is sponsoring, if you're there and you want to water down what they've been doing, that's the call that you've been given. Let the people who have the right call, let them follow that call. God bless you, everyone. Hillary, take it back. Madge, if he's not there, because he was a bit held, guys. Sorry, Hillary was held, but it was already scheduled. But you took it through, and we appreciate you for being here. God bless you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Burial. I just tried to text Hillary, and it seems like he's indeed really held up. So let me just try to text him again. But I think now I can see Hannah. We can give Hannah the chance as we try to get Hillary to come on board and close the space. It's really late on this end. We also want to just continue with other things. Hannah, over to you.
Very much. Hillary, I don't know if you can hear me. Marge, thank you. Be real. To be honest, I don't know. Only a blind person would not see how much the regime is trying to shut people down. We've been having problems. I have been having problems coming onto the platform. I am on the platform. I'm dropped down, etc., etc. Now they cannot shut these voices down. Let's get that one thing clear. Thanks again, Marge. I know you're closing. They've fiddled with everybody. Whoever has a voice, whoever wants to give people voice, they've tried to fiddle with it. Now let's not take this to be lightly. My only message to people on the platform is do not open your DM if you're sent any link, unless it's somebody that you know, because that way is how they send you a bag. And then you're unable to voice, you're unable to add your voice into the movement that is going on. People on their social media, on this platform, actually on X, they send you links on your DM, and that messes everything up. These sideshows, people are actually pushing a lot of different narratives. Please do not concentrate on them. They're just sideshows. That's all it is. It's a sideshow. They would try and divide the voices on many different platforms, as we've seen here on X, telling people there is no demonstrations tomorrow. We should call for a leader. We should, all this, you should not concentrate on it. There is no leader. We've agreed on that. The other thing is, I think this regime is concentrating mainly Mombasa, Nairobi, and 2-3 other towns where they're trying really to unleash the goons to the public. I actually want to give a shout out to Isiolo. They've managed to catch somebody on Tuesday who red-handed, and they've marched him to the police station with a jargon and matches, kibiriti, that wanted to light fire on one of their county government offices. So congratulations to them. And this is what it's needed, vigilant. You have to be vigilant. I have seen a lot of young people grouping, giving each other instructions on when they're going to their to the demos. And this is be small groups, be in a group. I cannot emphasize enough on everything that Dr. said here, Marge, Be Real, and everybody who contributed. But there is one thing that I really want to emphasize on. Forget about these sideshows. They're there to confuse people. And as many people who can come out in numbers, remember, our strength is in our numbers. So please, and a lot of people would, a lot of people would be attacked. A lot of people would be name tarnished. But remember, everybody that is speaking here on these platforms, you don't take everything what you hear. Take it with a pinch of salt, because there are people who want to confuse the narrative, want to confuse the message. The message is one. This concentration on what is next, how can we remove this, how can we do that? No, the message is one. And as Dr. said, the national anthem for now is Ruto Must Go. Thank you, Maj. I don't think I've added anything much from what has been said, but it's just to emphasize, stop concentrating on the side shows. This is what they want. They want the division. They want the concentration to be divided. I've seen a lot of young people coming on the TV actually saying that we don't have a leader. If the EU wants to speak to a leader, he should go to every county, every sub-county, and talk to everybody, the whole country, to the Gen Zs and the millennials in everywhere or every corner of Kenya. And we know that is a tall order. He cannot do that. If he cannot do that, therefore, then he has to leave office. The message comes back to its origin, which is Ruto must go. So thank you very much, Maj.
Thanks so much, Hannah. I mean, the question about the Gen Z leadership has really always startled me, because constitutionally at the moment, the leader that we have of the country is Ruto. So Ruto is the leader of the Gen Zs at the moment. So, and they are expressing their dissatisfaction with him. And that is now where he also needs to come back and say, these are my people, what do they want? So the question about the Gen Z leaders, I think we should stop we're making ourselves very ridiculous, because there's already one leader according to the constitution, and that leader should just listen to the people that are talking to him. Vincent Walewa, and then Sami. We added some speakers as we try to get Hillary to close the space because he was having some meeting. I think he's very deep in that meeting, so we're gonna add 15 minutes. Vincent.
Thank you so much for letting me back on again. Look, I just wanted to reiterate the point that, look, I really feel for the people on the ground. It's going to be hard. It's really a struggle. But for me, I've gathered together a bunch of geeks, for the lack of the better word. And what we're doing is we're building momentum to, as I said before, start direct democracy and making every single level of government accountable via the blockchain. Now, the first step in that process, which I've committed my team to and myself, is a voting system that is incorruptible, and we will deliver that on the 17th of July. Everything else has been put aside to do this. I'm holding regular spaces, so please follow me to listen in on the ins and outs of how we're doing that and how it will be incorruptible. And we need the word to spread. Like the good doctor said, is that yes, there is time for people to protest on the ground, but in the future, this system of government that is all over the world pervasive and has failed consistently. In every single country, this Westminster system has been exploited and corrupted everywhere. So it needs to end. The only country I believe within my heart of hearts that can do this is Kenya. And the reason why I believe that Kenya can do this is because the demographic there that is undertaking this revolution now is the demographic that understands the technology and knows its benefit and how to implement it properly. And then they can pass on the information to their elders if they do not understand. We're undertaking an education campaign through the application that will be able to be downloaded in a few weeks. But please, as the good doctor said, there is some work to be done on the ground. Unfortunately, these people are very experts at at usurping movements. They've done it in every country all around the world. There's a number of three-letter agencies that are involved that are helping Ruto. It's not going to very well funded. This all started, remember, with the IMF. And the biggest holder of shares in the IMF is the US. And who's this man been seeing lately? It's the same story over and over again. So, they're trying to make Kenya the 36th country that will be overthrown since World War II by the same people. So please join us. Please ask any questions in terms of decentralization and the blockchain. Join my space if you can. And we will deliver a product that I hope will forever change voting in this country forever. So please follow me to get the updates on that. And it's a long road forward, but these systems of government have to go. People have to be held accountable, and corruption needs to end.
Thank you, Vincent. I just like to thanks for sharing it. I believe this, Kingsman. I see you. I'm gonna let you go next. I believe this is going to be also a solution in some part, but I would like to clarify that even the last elections in Kenya, the management was done by non-Kenyans who later, when we wanted to have access, was talking about data privacy. So you might be having good intentions, but we also have foreign nationals and foreign companies who have been making money with running elections in the African continent. In Germany, we are still doing it a manual way. We go there and we do it manually, and by 6 p.m., we have the results. But we know that the challenges that we have back there, and of course, I believe we need to improve and we will improve. But I just want to point out, and it's even on record, that the last company that ran elections in Kenya had been charged with
Sure,
some.
but what you're talking about are centralized
Would you please
forms.
let me finish?
Sure.
Thank you. So the country that the company that was really taxed with this was had issues in other countries. They had already been charged in court or had some accusations, so they were not clean. I just like to say that whereas we are looking for solutions out there, the solution should also come from within the country. That's only the one thing that I wanted to say, because they also had a back office that later turned out to be used for different purposes. So my feedback that I'm trying to give at the moment is that Kenyans might not trust the even any electoral kind of voting at this point. That I wanted to just put out there. And also, when these things are being done externally, in the US, Australia, they rarely bring in people from outside the country to manage their elections, So we want to reach a point whereby we're actually managing our elections ourselves. We haven't read the ballot papers were gotten from Greece the last time. So no, that is just another IMF in another way, So thank you for your contribution over there, Kingsman.
And
May I
March,
just
before
retort?
you give it to Kingsman,
Can I just finish,
yeah,
please?
yeah, just one
I
second,
think it's a
Vincent.
very important
Just a
topic.
minute, Vincent. Vincent,
Yeah.
just a second. Just a second. The other thing, Madge, is that we are trying to actually demolish this whole system, the system that has been there since Kenya got independent. It's the system that is actually corrupt to the core. So this whole governance system, whether it's election system, whether it's whatever it is, every aspect of that system, that engine has is this actually demonstrations and whatever is going on is to fundamentally dismantle this system, neocolonialism system that has crippled Africa and now crippling Kenya. And that is fundamentally what Kenyans want. They want to go away with this system complete. Take this system out, not a middle with it, not fix it, no, just a complete change of system from the bottom up. This system is not viable for Kenyans. This system of neocolonialism is not viable for Africa, and this is what Kenya wants to spearhead, to show that we can have a system that is going to provide for the Kenyans, that is going to provide for Africa. This system of just manipulation and installing leaders that would work for their betterment has to end. And that's what the point
May
is.
I just complete? Thank you, Hannah. May I just complete the?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Go on, Vincent.
I'm quite shocked at your comments, actually, that you're making some inference that I'm coming in from the outside or whatever. Blockchain technology is completely 100% transparent in terms of the fact that what we're building is open source. And I have made a call to all Kenyan developers to monitor exactly what we're building and to have a look at every single line of code in terms of what we're doing. This is not something, I mean, my wife is Kenyan. Kenyan is my future country. I'm investing in Kenya in so many ways that it's in terms of bringing blockchain technology to Kenya and the rest of Africa for that matter. I have no belief in the West, but our system is 100% transparent, totally open source. So the inference that it may be external is preposterous and ridiculous. And the systems that you're talking about are centralized systems that have been in play for years and years and years. And of course, they're manipulated. Henceforth, this is why we want to bring blockchain technology to the forum whereby people can, it's incorruptible, it has never failed, and they are terrified. The powers that be are terrified of you holding the power, of you owning the technology. And that's what we want, ownership by the people. So look, I understand the thoughts. This is some of the things that we need to work through and discuss and give an education piece on. But
Yeah.
it is not centralized. It is totally open source, totally transparent. And the people internally in Kenya are more than capable of going through the system and finding it out. And they have, and they've been involved at every single point of the discussion in terms of building this.
Okay, thank you so much, Vincent. I'd like to just remind you that elections in every country of the world is a matter of national security and a matter of also the constitution. And this is the reason why we're talking about even when are we going. Could you kindly mute your mic, Vincent? That is why we're even talking about when to reconstitute the IEBC. It's not something that can be put out there for businessmen, people coming to take. So even if a country in any part of the world would make a decision to outsource this process to an external company, there are laid out rules to be done. So the citizens that you say will transparently look at it and everything, I just want to really make it clear that this is the constitution we are talking about, and and the standards that apply in every other country should apply also in Kenya. So we want to see this system also working in the US or wherever you are. We're not into still being sold things like let's develop here. We want to develop, but you want to, when it comes to national security and constitution, we just want to be clear that and the feedback that I'm giving you is something that really happened. You can look it up, and it's not like I'm trying to talk down what you're explaining. I'm just trying to get my concerns out there. Yes, the continent needs a lot of input. The continent has very competent people, has a younger generation, but let's have really clear structures, because when you go there, and even if your what is it called, your process is clean, the corruption, people are going to want you to pay something, and then next time another government comes in, there's another one, and I think that, and so we're really just having a reset. And my feedback was that at least the last election, there are things that we saw. So this is not meant to to look down upon what you're saying. Thanks for joining us. Kinsman, over to you.
Thank you, Mark, for the chance. Vincent, I just want to make a brief a rebuttal on whatever you've said. I think whatever you're saying, it's noble, it's a good idea. But for me, if you ask me, you are presenting a noble idea whose time has not come. It's like going to a burial and then selling a wedding gown to the bereaved. So the position where we are in as a country, we are not at that time where we can start discussing about which system works for us, which system does not. Our problem as a country is about the political positions giving people opportunities that are not practical and are not fair enough for each and every other person to compete in. So even if you say that your system is incorruptible, it can be incorruptible in terms of operations, but the people who are getting into your systems are corrupt. So in Kenya, we do not have a problem of, I can even say we do not even have a problem of elections process. We have a problem of whereby the people that we elect into these positions of power are people that have been here for the last 40, 50 years. So why is that so? It is so because of the opportunities that come along you being in those political positions. And the narrative in the country is like the citizens, the electorals, the electorals, and then the Kenyans at large are tired of being part of this whole ecosystem whereby doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. So my sentiments goes back to what Maja said, and also to what Hannah said. So to that, I think for now we are putting the cart before the horse. So hold that thought. In the near future, we'll hold this space. I'm sure you will be invited, or you can come in, and then now we do not. In life, no idea is a bad idea. It's only that they say that you cannot get rid of an idea whose time has come. But I think where we are at the moment, it is not the time for that kind of an idea. So back to our conversation. My rally call, or my last message, will be to our current sitting president, Dr. Ruto. My sentiment will be like, he shouldn't feel like there is anyone who is intimidating him, because most of us here are good students of history, and we remember back in 2007, he was 2008 now, after the election of 2007, he was at the forefront of calling then President Kibaki to step aside and accept the results of the election at that time, because the mood in the country was like Kibaki had not won. And Ruto was at the forefront of calling Kibaki to resign, no, to step aside and let whoever that candidate was at that time to take over power. That is the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. So Ruto's peoples and his cronies and his bloggers, the nice people that he has put into this space, they shouldn't feel like we are intimidating his hold of power or his regime. We are just doing what some of us are his proteges and students, and some of us are also students of history, whereby when we feel like something is not right, then we call it off. We spoke about the day before, maybe to those who are not here, or those who are being intimidated by the message that is going around. We said that Article 1 of the Constitution gives the power to the people, and it says people can exercise power in two ways: through the national government, that is now the national government that we know the way it is, like the executive, that is parliament and the senate, or through the county, and secondly, through the people exercising their power directly. That comes when people, either the electorates, feel like parliament is not representing us, because everywhere these people are going, they were being told, tafadhali, this finance bill is not for us. It's not speaking the language that is in the street. It is not resonating with the population, or with the Kenyan people, but they didn't listen to us, because that is the only way we can speak to power. And we felt at that point that these people were not hearing us. Then the people have decided to exercise their right of governance directly, that is through demonstrations, and which we've overemphasized that these demonstrations are peaceful. And at the end of the day, there is a goal that we want to achieve, that we are saying, boss, we employed you, we gave you power, we gave you a mandate, which you failed. These were your JDs, these were your KPIs. You have not even met half of it. So we are saying, at the moment, please step aside, and then we decide our form of governance. So this discourse continues. Discourse continues the day after, tomorrow, on Sunday or Monday or next week. We will keep on doing what we are doing, and guys, don't give up. Let's stay true to the course. Those that will be on the street tomorrow, ensure that it is as peaceful as it is. Birila say that she'll be where you always find her, with a lot of bottles of water. Please pass through there. Be peaceful. Maintain law and order. Don't fall into their traps, which is maybe engage in violence, as Dr. Ria said. Let's remain as peaceful as possible. If there are people that you are seeing are trying maybe to loot, as we said the day before, if you are in a group, please pick that person up, tie him somewhere. If there's a police that is nearby, call him, and then they can be taken up by now the authorities. Otherwise, guys, thank you. I see Hillary, you are back. You can maybe have your last remarks and then we close the group. Thank you.
Hi, Larry.
Hi, Maja, how are you doing?
Hey, oh my gosh, I'm fine. Your meeting was extensive. So,
I'm
oh my
sorry.
gosh. So now,
Yes.
because we actually gave people time because we were still waiting for you to get into the meeting, I would
Okay.
request that you allow them to have 2 minutes each before you close.
All right. So, what do you think? Can we close it at the top of the hour?
Yes.
All right, guys. You have 24
Yeah,
minutes
that's fine.
to 24 minutes to go. So, yeah, that's okay, Maj.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Yeah, Joe, then Dolo, then Eda.
All right. Thank you, Maj. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, everyone on the speaker panel and everyone that's listening. I want to start at the top like an old school preacher and say that in the latter days I will pour out my spirit upon all people, and your sons and daughters will prophesy, your young men will see visions. This is really what's happening in Kenya, that the Spirit of God is moving upon the country and is speaking through our sons and daughters. We've had a church that has gone rogue. We've had our leaders who are in bed, or the politicians are in bed with the church, but we are having a restoration. Um, so I want to encourage all those guys out there who are voicing out their protests against the government, against injustice, against all those unconstitutional appointments, that you guys are doing the work of God. That the voice of the people is the voice of God, whether it's expressed through the ballot or it's just expressed through their normal voices. In fact, the scripture says that from the mouth of babes unto the heart of God. Continue doing it. Continue persisting. Do not relent. Do not give them space. They are actually against. They are doing things against the will of God by oppressing Him. So you have the will. You also have the backing of the Almighty behind you. So continue, keep on the fight. I want to honor those of us, or those amongst us who have been killed by this government. Um, they have done us an honor. It is because of them that we exist, that we live, that we are going to enjoy our freedom, and we will not let them down. We will fight this thing. We will push this thing to the end. We will make sure that we get the results that they were fighting for. I want to encourage you guys to keep on. It's a battle. If we win a few battles, we will eventually win the war. So keep on fighting. It's not a one day or one stage event. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon, and you know Kenyans are marathoners. So keep your strength. Get ready for the final sprint. Build your strength, and we make sure that we win this thing. They started by calling our kids cool kids. Then they migrated on and started calling them terrorists and goons. And nowadays their language has changed to sons and daughters. And I want to focus that sons and daughters. Who orders the police to shoot and kill their sons and daughters? Only a terroristic government orders the cops to shoot, to kill their sons and daughters. So do not buy all their retreat. It's a tactical retreat. Reorganize, regroup, um, and then the battle continues. Um, if they are surely calling you your sons and daughters, they should be giving you all those plump appointments in government. They should be making you heads of boards that are making money, but they want to send you to they want to send you to Saudi Arabia. They want to send you to other countries to work as housemaids while their kids or their sons and daughters are serving at the heads of boards, different boards, not even just one board, but different boards of parastatus and other state-owned corporations. But they want to ship you and your 2 degrees, or ship you and your PhD to go work as a taxi driver in London, or work as a janitor in the US, or work as a cotton picker in Turkey. but they want their sons and daughters to remain in the country and reap the benefits of your sweat, of the sweats of your of our parents and our grandparents. But our message is very clear right now that we want to remain in Kenya. We want Kenya to work for Kenya. We want to be educated in Kenya. We want Kenya to produce enough food and to be food secure, that our kids are not going to be hungry, that we will get rid of this we will get rid of hunger. We want to make sure that our kids are healthy. We want to make sure that we get to enjoy our lifetime in Kenya. Kenya is our heaven. We will not wait to enjoy when we get to heaven. So I also wanted to say something about integrity when it comes to our elections. I wanted to tell the guy who was talking about that blockchain technology that that I wanted to start by saying that Kenyans can wipe their ass. We don't need we don't need foreigners to help us with managing our democracy or managing our elections. We can wipe our ass. We can count. We don't suffer from dyscalculia. We know when it's just that a few of us, when it comes to counting our elections and upholding the integrity of our elections, that they get bribed or they get threatened and they buckle. But we are capable of holding our own and holding our end. And this movement is evident to that. There's a generation that cannot be bought. There's a generation that knows their democracy is not for sale, and they are standing by it. And I want to encourage them to keep on fighting, keep on keeping on. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Ndolo, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Maj. Thank you, Hillary. Wonderful conversation there. I hope you can get me. Can you get me clearly?
Yeah, yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. Um, no matter what we do with demonstration, we know that Kenya is our home. So let nobody threaten us with some police force, goons, and all that. At the end of the day, in some cultures where we say where your umbilical cord was buried, you'll always go back there. And apologies, we always go back there. That's why in most
Are
of
you seeing a goon passing by on the motorbike?
no, it's too hot. It's summer, so it's hot. The windows are open. Somebody just decided to rush with the anyway.
Ndolo, tell the Nduthi guy to mute.
That Nduthi guy is useless. Anyway, um, uh, that's why in most of African cultures, when somebody dies, is taken home, as opposed to some scenario where somebody dies, he or she is buried there where he has passed on or she has passed on. So we know that wherever we are, if you are in Australia, Japan, Kamchatka, wherever, or US, whenever you pass on, you're taken back and you rest with your ancestors, the soil. Some of us, when you reach home, the first thing you do is remove the shoes and step on the ground with your bare feet. So, goons or no goons, we should continue putting on the pressure and ensure that uh, bad governance is wiped out completely, because this is not, it wasn't just about the financial bill. It's everything starting from 2013, the way somebody was in power and in the end tried to say that, oh, I did not do this, yet there was a time when they were walking in bromance in matched shirt, matched t-shirts, matched vest. I believe even the panties were matched. So these are the things that we're talking about. The loan that we are paying now, these loans and the Eurobond, they were taken in 2014 when they were working together, matched in red ties and blue, whatever.
So these are the things we're talking about. Bad governance. When they got into power in 2013, the economy was growing okay, despite the 2007, 2008 clashes, but the economy was doing better. The loan that our national debt was way lower, I don't know what happened and how they did take the loan, and whatever loan they took, we have nothing to show for. Because if you say that we build SGR already was done during Kibaki and Raila time. The decision and the financing of it. You should take a look at the Nairobi Expressway. Nairobi Expressway is also a PPP thing. That's why every money you pay is not going to the government; it's going to Moja Express, which is managing it. So there are so many things that we're not getting. One thing that is really going to kill us if we don't do this is the health sector. Food is already compromised, but I know we are going to get some way along. We're going to find a way with the rains and fertilizer that we can use manure, the traditional one. Kenyans will make a way, but health sector is completely messed up, and there's no way that woman should be there. I don't know what we can do to ensure that she goes.
I think we
Madge,
lost Lolo. Yes. So now, as
can you hear anybody?
I can hear you.
I think we lost Ndolo. So could you I think Joe has spoken and Ndolo, I think we lost him. Kingsman spoke.
Yeah.
Did Walewa speak?
So
We give Walewa 1
and
minute.
then Hillary closes. Yes.
Yeah, kindly, so that we close. Walewa? Walewa? Okay, I think Walewa is far from the mic. Hillary, Joe, you're done, yeah?
Yeah, Joe was done.
And Kingsman, you're done.
Yes, yes. So Hillary closes.
Fine. So Hillary, take the mic. Hillary?
Okay, Biril,
Yes, Biril and
yes, go on.
and
Yeah.
Marge, Kingsman, we really appreciate everybody and we salute you all the time, guys. I know we closed the space when we're still 7,000, but we've been here more than 4 hours, almost 5 hours. We want to appreciate you, and we told you that this conversation, it is just a starting point. We'll keep it going almost every day or after one day. We have a conversation going forward, different speakers and everything. Uh, and Biril said this. I hear so many people are saying that, oh, Miguna is capturing these things. Dr. Tari doesn't have uh, any mind of taking this thing up. This thing is for Kenyans, and he has a right as a Kenyan to give his opinion. So those people are holding spaces, saying, "Oh, Miguja captured this and everything." That is a wrong thing and is a false. We want to say that we'll hold these spaces. We'll go on to the street every day, every time when we plan it. We don't have a leader. Those people who want to back off. Let them back off. Those people who don't want to do it, but let us be peaceful when we go outside there. Make sure we be safe, make sure we're in a good number so that we can be known where we are. Follow each other. The best thing that you can do to this thing is just follow co-host, follow this co-host, follow Marge, follow Be Real, follow Kingsman, follow everybody. Georgia, I see you there. Waston, man, follow these people because we want to get all Kenyans. We want to have that a family group whereby we move as a team. So when you follow each other is very key. Make sure that you follow each other all the time. And thank you so much, guys, for coming and attending this session.
Mark, I think if Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
What we do, because I'm trying to get hold of Hillary, I'm also unable to.
No, Hillary is speaking. It's only you who cannot hear him.
Okay. Then if he's closing,
Marge,
that's fine.
your hand is up. You want to wind up?
Yes, no, I just wanted to, I forgot to say something before I get the word back to you. I posted on the comment section a link to a space that we're going to have this Sunday. That's a space whereby diasporans are going to be providing their feedback directly to the president on the state of the nation. So do look at it there. Set your reminder if you're a diasporan or if you just want to listen in. Yes, that's it. Hillary, back to you as we close.
Mok, what are you saying? I see your hand is crying, and I'm closing the space. Mok.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Biril, and the guys who have joined the space. I followed the conversation with Dr. MIGUNA and everyone else, and there's something I just thought. I've been thinking about it because this demonstration has been going on, and we have lost some of the Kenyans who we refer to as heroes. And again, so what can we do much better in this situation of police shooting Kenyans? We have so many guys over here in the space from the diaspora. And what can the diaspora guys help more than just giving the advice way forward and all that? There's something I think we need to look into, like can we have the bullet jackets? In the Amazon, we have bullet jackets as cheap as between $8 to $15. Can we provide our people on the ground with the bullet jackets so that when they get out there, at least they are at least protected? That is the thought that I've been like, okay, this can also create another way of dealing with the demonstration and all that. Thank you, guys. Think about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mok. And
Hillary, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
walewa wameinua mikono, anataka kusemaje? Walewa unasemaje?
Can we close Hillary, please? Walewa had already given him a chance. It's too late. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walewa salimia watu. Okay, guys, thank you so much again. Keep it live all the time, and we will notify you when we have another space. There's a diaspora space coming on, and Madge is hosting that. Keep on and be at time, and we want to appreciate everybody that's come to this space. But keep peace as much as we can. Let us be safe. Let us be in a group. Let us know where the other person is. Following each other is very important all the time. We'll keep this one alive all the time. We'll notify you when the other space is coming in. But we really humble for you coming and also sharing your views of what we can do to make our country to be secure. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. I see it is now 11 p.m. It is now 11 p.m. here, guys. No matter your time, check your time. But you want to sleep, then tomorrow we're on the road. Thank you so much, guys. Then see you.